Okay, Beena and sorry, thorough, and I think this is part 3 for us. Our part 3. I think so.
Ah,
Yeah, maybe part
just a
4.
minute.
Oh.
Okay, okay. I was assuming that we are going to read us about the Biella series yesterday, and I was like, okay, I'm keen to know that story.
That's not the reading, that's a telling.
Okay,
Ah,
okay.
okay. All right. Well, scrap that then. So, okay, then I don't need to screen share. So this is I haven't written it yet. So yeah. Norma said she types very well, and she would see if she could for me.
Wow.
So maybe I can uh, tell you the story now, but out because it seems like she wants to. I hope so. I mean, if she doesn't want to, then I won't ask her to do it. I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping she will, but it's all the same. It's all good. All right. So let me enable the live transcript because maybe it makes a file of the type. I can just type that and just edit it. Yeah,
Hmm.
save me some typing. All right, so here we go. The story is it's called
Mhm.
A Biella Christmas.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I was thinking, I thought Biella's Christmas. No, I could call it Biella's Christmas, but that doesn't give the full flavor. Biella Christmas. That right? A Biella, Biella, Biella. It says BL. It doesn't say Biella.
Ah. And I'm
See,
not
B
having
it says
this.
Biella. But okay, that's still yeah. So a Biella Christmas. That's very different to Biella's Christmas, right? When you hear a Biella's Christmas, oh, that automatically implies there's something extra about it. Yes,
Hmm.
right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Aki, Marco, and Kaljun approached Biella. Biella sitting in a nice park, beautiful, great big open park. However, there were nice tall trees nearby. Hmm. Biella looks at them. I see you've been thinking. Oh, yes, very evident they've been thinking. Well, says Aki, we've been reading the young man's story. As you, well, I'm going to tell it in a different way here because I want to give you some backstory. Otherwise, it won't make sense. In this part where the story is the young man's story and the young man's story and all the snippets from that, it was all fine. But then Ursula found on her world, because her world is new to the agglomeration, right? And before, anything that was around had been bought up by the new nobility, and they put it together, but it was still not complete. It was still fragmented. Ursula found, through antique dealers and whatever, actual hardcover writings of the young man's, which he'd obviously brought with him when they left. Anyway, so now they have a complete works, and Biella spent a huge amount of time editing it on it, putting it in context and organizing the chronology and
Ah.
putting it into historical context. And for this, Clara helped her because this expertise. Anyway, so between the two of them, they made this whole great big work of it. So all right, so she released this, and now of course the group and everybody's busy reading it. So Aki and Marco and Kaljun say to Biella, yes, we read it in the usual way, from the start and reading it linearly. In other words, we're just reading it randomly as intuition grabs us, as the pages open, as a keyword, we something maybe that we've been talking about and thinking about. And this is something that we had been thinking about, traditions. So we did a search for traditions, and then we read a bit about Christmas, at least the young man's comments about Christmas, and where we read all that we saw. The young man had made a comment and he said, I don't really do Christmas. And we don't know what this means, right? That's all we have here. And then we got the young man's comment where he says, I don't really do Christmas. And that's it. There's nothing more, really. That's all there is to it. So we need, yeah. Says Biella. All right. All right. I get where you're at now. I got you. Uh, so Christmas, she explained, it's a holiday, a tradition celebrating the birth of a religious figure. And it had become something where they celebrated this, but others simply celebrated what it had become, which was a holiday. And you get together with family and you exchange gifts, or family and friends, or sometimes even your co-workers. You have a party, you get together and you exchange gifts. This was, for the young man, the part that he didn't do, the gift part particularly. He didn't mind getting together and all this, and I know that you can do anytime. You like doing it anytime. But he had no objections to doing it specifically on holidays, either next to Christmas. Difficult for him. Uh, so in the story here now, the three of them are like, but why? This doesn't make much sense. What's the objection to gifts? Did he, I guess I would write it out. They would ask, but did he not? Did he struggle financially? Was, gifts? Say, no, 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 no. It has nothing to do with that. First of all, he found it very difficult to give gifts because it just, for whatever reason, his what would be something for somebody. I guess he thought too much like his own thinking, at least. And now, if I were to make it, bring it into personal life, I would shift to a writing, maybe a private memo of the, or not memo, but private notation of the young man, where it shifts into first person, right? Which I'm going to do now. Say, so for me, the thing with gifts here is, first of all, like I said, to think of gifts for others, because I think maybe I apply my own logic and thinking to the gift. In this, that when it comes to receiving gifts, it's difficult. Like, okay, if I had to think right now, what kind of a gift? It's actually quite difficult because I'm very particular in what I do. Right? So, because this is what I thought in the story. So let me ask you this, Beena. If you were to give me a gift, for Christmas or my birthday, if I was physically nearby where you could easily give me a gift.
Oh, a
Oh,
lot of
like
things.
what? Wow.
Yeah, like another good phone, a tablet, iPad. Okay,
See, now I wouldn't
and a
use the
lot of
iPad. See, I wouldn't use the iPad. I don't like using them. See?
I don't know. Using phone, it will be a
Oh, a
bigger thing.
bigger
Okay,
phone.
so this
Okay.
thing,
But I've
and
already got a phone. Why do I
yeah,
need another phone?
because it's smaller for you. I need a bigger one. So will think about a bigger one. So, okay,
Wow.
more comfortable. Okay, and I would love to
But this is a
have.
pretty big phone.
Yes,
All right.
iPads are much bigger, and it will
Yeah,
be
but the
like something
iPad
big.
is too big. I wouldn't use it.
Yes,
It's too big.
Yeah. So it has to be like sitting there. This is something.
Yeah.
The second
Well,
thing would
also in
be
my pocket. iPad is too big for my pocket.
okay.
Like
And
when
then
I
the
go
other
out.
things are your favorite food. Like okay, a lot of biltongs and all that stuff.
See now,
This is something.
that's the only thing that I could come up with to gift is biltong and dried sausage. But then I thought, yeah, kind of. Okay. So what if all my friends said, okay, well, I don't know what I do. And then I end up with a year's supply of biltong and dried sausage. That may be
And
nice. But, Beena,
yeah,
the way I buy, like 2 or 3 bags of each, and then I spend about a month or so eating it. And, but I wonder if I had it always on hand, if I wouldn't overeat on it. It won't mess up my diet. Yeah. All right. So what else?
yes. Okay. And the other thing is some really cool beret beanies.
Not a beret. I can't stand berets.
Ah, it will
Oh,
look good
it
on
is a
you.
most horrible, stupid, idiotic headwear, right? No, sorry. There's no beret. And the same thing,
Okay.
those English caps, the cap that
No,
comes,
no, no, no.
that come
No.
forward like that, with a little thing in the front. I don't own a
Yes.
baseball cap, and I refuse to wear a baseball cap, right?
Okay. And what about
Berets
beanies?
and baseball caps and those other
Okay.
stupid headwear.
Okay.
What
And
do they
beanies.
accomplish, Beena?
And beanies.
A beanie does its purpose of this, see?
Yeah.
Right there,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
If it doesn't, it's a beret does not warm your ears. And in summer, a beret doesn't protect your ears from the sun either. Stupid headwear.
Yes.
But all right,
Okay.
a different
And
beanie, actually. But again, Beena, I mean, all right. Now I only have one. Actually, I have another one somewhere. But next time I go to Walmart, I will get a couple more.
okay. And good to walk.
Yeah, but that I'm going to get myself as well. Anyway.
So who says that you cannot by yourself?
I know,
It's just my
but by the
ideas.
time that I get the gift, I likely would have that already anyway. that
And I'm telling you what
yeah,
I'm thinking about.
yeah.
Like,
No,
okay,
it's
so this
great.
is
I love it. I love it. I love it, Beena. Allow. If you're going to buy me sneakers, what kind of color and style and all of this, I don't know. I find it
okay.
very
Yeah, I saw you wearing the natural brownish color type of shoes. So of course I'm not going to buy white. They silly. So not the white ones. So it has to be like in a neutral dark color, not flashy things on it. So this is something I
But
had.
shoes are very hard to buy for people, I think, because, well,
Of course you have.
especially a walking side on to see if it's comfortable. Yeah.
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 So the
Yeah.
thing.
But I have walking shoes.
The other thing would be okay. Okay. Yes, I know that, but okay, it's always nice
I
to
mean,
have.
my golf
The other
shoes are
one
very
thing, the
nice for
good thing
walking.
will be like
What's that?
if it is possible, to go out and have like mining. This is something that I would love to do.
Now
Whatever you
that
like.
would be a nice gift.
Yeah.
Now, you know what? That is at least in America. You go to any supermarket. I think I've shown you this when we were in the supermarkets, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the aisle, they have gift. You can buy gift cards and they're very particular for the different restaurants, right? So, like a restaurant chain that I like is the one. What do they call it again now? Anyway, but you get it for like a chain, where you can you get a gift card for Starbucks, or anything. You can get a gift card for pretty much anything, and those are good gifts because it's the money, which is kind of a lame gift. I like getting money; it's my favorite gift of all gifts. But the gift cards, it's you use it. Okay, you want to buy me a dinner, but this is all right, or treat me to a dinner. But the gift card, there you go, and it's in this particular place. So yeah, the gift
That
cards are very cool.
okay, not chain stuff. I'm thinking about like really fine dining.
Well,
About
you can
chains.
see, or you can get a gift certificate. I mean, in Sedona, there are some very fine, fancy restaurants, and all of them you'll be able to get some kind of certificate for that restaurant. Yeah, yeah.
So that would be the thing.
Yeah.
As a gift for like yearly subscription of your internet or something.
Yeah. Oh, that would be nice too. Yeah. That's a good gift. Okay, so here's the thing though with the gifts, right? For the young man, why? Because first of all right, let's say you got me an iPad.
Hmm.
What do I now do? Right? It's about the issue. Now I'm back in Biella explaining to the three of them, right? So the problem with the gifts is about freedom. Like the gift.
Oh yes. Why not?
Am I free to grumble
Ah,
about
grumble?
it? Am I free to not use the gift?
Oh yes.
Am I free to re-gift it, to give it to somebody else?
Okay, yes. For me, this is not a bad idea.
But for you not. But for many people, Beena, you've said yes. Well, no, you've got to like the gift. I'm not
I don't
free
like
to not
grumbling.
like it.
I don't like grumbling. Okay, I will not like grumbling on it. I will, but I if you want to don't want to keep it,
Right.
okay, it's your
But
thing.
for
So
me,
you
if
can.
you had got me an iPad, this would be a bit stressful for me, wasteful,
Mhm.
right? Because
Oh,
I wouldn't
okay. You have
I wouldn't use it, you know. Um, I put it up
because you
here.
have big fingers. You have big fingers, and you always have a problem with the small phone. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not I but that bigger problem. But the iPhone I couldn't carry with me, sorry, the iPad, it's too big to put in my
You don't
pocket.
need
I
to
have
carry
a
it.
large size phone,
You need
I
to.
mean I think there's probably one size bigger
I'm
than
just
that,
saying
but
that
still. But yeah, I want to
need to
stick with the
carry.
I want to stick with the freedom, right? Gifts are an imposition, not for you. You are very free with your gifts. But for you are not free to not like the gifts. I remember with my middle sister, with Yvette. Oh, gifts, obsessed with it. She always was trying to make it. And her expectations when giving a gift were so profound. Absolutely had this big anticipation expectation in her head of you're gonna just love the gift and you're gonna be so happy and her self-importance that now she's going to get this attention and she's going to be special because she gave you a gift that she liked. It was all about her, not about you. So if you didn't like the gift, she was always crestfallen and it was like terrible. But you had to pretend that you liked the gift. No, I'm not going to pretend. What do you want me to say? But now it ruins the whole spirit of things. You see my point?
Yes.
So it puts me in a position
Yes.
why the whole holiday is not. To me, if I give you a gift, I give you a gift and I don't have any expectations. And I typically don't even want to presents when I give it so that you are free to react and respond as is appropriate for you. Yeah.
Yes.
And so Biella says, okay, look at all of these things, right? And she goes through all the questions. Am I free to dislike it? Am I free to like it? to grumble about it? And now, am I free to give it away? Am I free to destroy the gift?
This is something very, very serious now.
Yeah.
Destroying a gift. Okay. The word itself shows you're
Well,
entering a
not
sentence.
necessarily. That's again, see, expectations. So right there, Biella says, this is the problem. Expectation. Joy, valuable, even something that I like, and to destroy it. Why? Because I can. Because
Okay.
it is a demonstration to myself of non-attachment to material objects. What a
Okay.
profound take something valuable and be able to destroy it. Yeah. Not throw it away because somebody else could still use it and somebody may find it there or whatever. No, but to actually just destroy it. Yes. Wow. What a thing to be able to do. So of your gift. And I do it with great joy and relish and fun. But would you be happy with me doing that?
Perspective, and with this perspective, if it gives you joy, then it's a
Yeah.
different thing.
For you.
But if like after grumbling,
For you,
okay,
Beena. For
no,
you.
yeah,
For
okay,
you. Right.
yeah, I
Right.
understand now.
So
And actually, this question is not appropriate for a participant of your impeccability because they now.
right.
So that might be like a new person. It will be a different thing.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is when we live about things, it becomes a lot more complicated gift giving. Yes. Because in free gifts, and I would assume in for the new nobility, they give free gifts freely. Yes, but freely, and to receive a gift freely, that's not a common thing. Which is
Oh
why
yes.
the young man said, "I don't do Christmas." Yes, there's more. There's more, Beena. There's more. All right. So, uh, okay, around me here, I used to have up, when I was up there in Jerome, I had the paintings,
Yes.
that Olivia asked if she could use, and I'd like to get them. But now he said, well, you've got no art up in your place. Yes. And you decide to send me a painting.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you at least have a good example of what I like in terms of painting. Yes. To you, the spinner. All right. The participants, they see the pictures on on so at the background. So they also might have some idea. But there's paintings that I like, and there's paintings that I'd hang up and do different things. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing though. When somebody gives you a gift, sometimes that tells you, or at least it can tell you, depending on the gift, what that person thinks of you. Yeah. You know what I mean, Beena?
I'm trying to
Okay.
actually.
When I was a kid, my one auntie, Auntie Dawn. Yeah. So it's interesting. My mother's, the three sisters, they were Noon and Night. Yeah. Dawn, and then Nana or Noon and Eve. Just the way it came out.
Ah.
And then it wasn't intentional. Because Nana was a nickname, and Eve is an abbreviation of Yvonne. So it's just kind of one of, I noticed it. I don't think they even noticed it. But anyway, so my Dawn would give me handkerchiefs.
Okay.
Handkerchiefs. Really? Seriously?
Like
Regularly.
again,
Yes.
what?
That was it. That was the gift that you could expect from her, handkerchiefs.
But for what?
As a gift to give you a handkerchief.
Like
Because,
seriously,
well,
I'm not getting this idea that to give a kid
right.
this
So
gift.
handkerchiefs,
Like what
I
is
mean,
the
you know what a
use?
handkerchief is, right?
Yes.
Okay. It is the most stupid, idiotic, lame, lazy gift you can possibly imagine. Well, you need to have handkerchiefs. I don't really use handkerchiefs all the what. I don't have enough already. How many handkerchiefs do you need? Essentially two. One in the wash and one in your pocket. That's it. Okay. I mean, they're utilitarian things. Okay. They may be a little nicer handkerchiefs than usual, but still, it's something that lives in your pocket. It's you. There's no luxury. There's no joy. There's no giftness in it, right? Yeah. Now, okay. That was just, to me, it was just cheap and lazy on her part. But then,
This is what I was asking you, like for what reason anyone, any adult would give handkerchief to any
yeah,
kid or
yeah.
person.
It is absolute mindless stupidity. Yeah, that's what it is. Because yeah, but he's a boy. They need to have in other words, it's important to her in her mindset that you should have handkerchiefs. But no, in her case, it was just a laziness in the back of his mind, right? I don't know what to get you, so I'll get you handkerchiefs. But I'm trying to think of a gift that I received. I actually didn't receive very much at all, but that would reveal where you at. Uh, okay, all right. So somebody who's yeah, I know you like video games, yeah, and me. All right, maybe now it's different because you can play them on your phone and all this. But let's just go back a little time before the things on the video on the phone, or they may not even be aware that you can do it on the phone, where you got the little standalone video game players. It looked
Yes,
like a phone. It was not much bigger than a phone.
yes,
A Game Boy,
yes,
right? Very
yeah,
specifically Game Boy. Yeah. So some say, "Oh, I know you like games," and they buy me a Game Boy. I've never
yeah.
played those type of games. I can't stand them. I find them absolutely idiotic and mindless, and it's torture for me to play those games. Yeah. But this would now they may even know what those games are, and they may even play them themselves, right? But the fact that they think that I would like reveals a complete lack of understanding and awareness of who I am. So the gift reveals their complete misperception of me, and not only a misperception, but in my view, a somewhat crappy perception of me also. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously, I'm gonna be playing childish games like that. Right. Now I would not take it that way now, but I'm trying to make a point.
Yes.
I don't relate to things on that ego level, but I do remember as a boy getting gifts, and I'm like, seriously, that was like, I don't know, 5 years ago or whatever. You know what I mean? Not that I can say I really received many gifts. I mean, it sort of dried up after a while in our house. And it was when I was young, yes, but when we moved from the first house that we had in Worcester in the middle town where we stayed for a year when I was 9, I don't remember celebrating Christmas in the other year, at least not with gifts. Maybe there was minimal, but what was anyway. So, but about this thing with the gifts, and I remember with other people, other friends getting gifts that they were like really horrified to get the gift because it revealed what the person thought of them. It's like the husband they buy vacuum cleaners for gifts. I mean, there's a beautiful video of husband. What did they call it? Husband dog box or husband hell or something like this, right? And it's like this thing. You see them. They come on the shoot, and then the other guys and like, where am I? What's going on? What happened? And then the sort of person who's welcoming says, well, welcome. You're in hell, or husband perjury or purgatory or something like that. They had a different name for it. It wasn't called husband hell, like the husband dog box or something. And let me guess, you bought a vacuum cleaner, right? Yes, it's beautiful. It was the latest model. It was turbo, and then the guy says, then the husband goes on all about how vacuum cleaner is. Of course, it's up upside the head, and then he gets the re-education of why this is a terrible gift. Yeah. For crikey's sake, your wife is not your bloody maid, you know. It doesn't do anything for her. It makes her housework easier, yes, but luxury. You should get her a good vacuum cleaner because that's something she's doing for you. It's a daily thing. And this is not a gift. Yeah, it's a necessity. It's a tool. Yeah. So anyway,
There was a
but my
video
point is, it reveals
my
what we
Facebook
think.
memory, a video of a guy actually like they freaked out. They were living in America, but they were Arabs, and he was yelling like, "What's wrong with the woman? What's wrong with you?" And his wife was laughing like hilariously, and all he was saying that she bought a new dress, and after that she asked him like, "Oh,
Yeah.
how I look like," and he says that, but it was like, "Yeah, you are beautiful, or you are beautiful like your shoes." Okay, so she shoes, and it was not about dress, and he says that yes, you are beautiful like your
Yeah.
shoes, and she was like, "Oh, am I look like a shoe?" I was just telling you that they are beautiful, like you are beautiful, and then your shoes are also like you. And he was all panicked on that. Now you can understand women and all that. So okay, sometimes yes, people do like we had this here about, so it's
Yeah.
quite relevant.
All right. So now Biella's right. I'm still talking about the Biella story, about the Biella Christmas. All right. So about the problems of gifts and gift giving and gift receiving, and how complicated it is. Yes. Now, yes, one can give. Again, they. It's tricky though, because you never can be sure. So the gifts, just as part of this particular Biella story, but just just I remembered now. When we had the restaurant, Olivia would buy shoes. This was her passion. I mean, she ended up with, I don't know, hundreds of pairs of shoes, and exquisite, beautiful things. And so I bought her a skirt, really exquisite. And if I remember, it was like $500 for the skirt. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so about the equivalent today of $500. It was 500 rand, but it would be the same equivalent in. Yes, this was a very expensive skirt. It was a
Yes.
ridiculous, exquisite, beautiful, gorgeous skirt. And
Yes.
my logic was, I knew that she would like the skirt, and it was also wouldn't get for
Of
herself. And
course.
that is the point of a gift. A gift is a luxury. Yes, something that you wouldn't ordinarily get outside of your ability to get for
Yes.
yourself. Now, yes, some people do get luxuries, but you didn't necessarily think of it, or that's it. It's about luxury and getting a bonus. This is the whole point
Yes.
of gift. Yeah, at least for me, the logic of it, right? She loved it, but she went and returned it.
And then get the money.
I guess she used it for other stuff. She thought it was too
Got it.
expensive
Okay.
and wasteful. When I got her less things, let me put it this way: no matter what gift I got Olivia, it was never right. So maybe I'd have, yeah, I know. I always
Oh.
struggled to find gifts. I remember I bought a pair of earrings once, to real high-end earrings, and she never wore them. And she eventually sold them when she needed money, which is why I bought them, so that she could do that if ever. But they never wore. I don't know. Anyhow, so Biella's explaining in my story. Let's get back to the story. Problems with gifts, and to explain the comment for the young man, we said, "Well, I'm not really into Christmas, right?" Or we also said at other times I'm not really into giving. Yeah, it's problematic, both giving and receiving. For me, I understand other people get a good kick out of it and they love receiving gifts no matter what it is. They just having something for free. Doesn't matter what it is, it's free. I'm happy,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
I know people like that, right? That just makes them happy to get free stuff. Whether they're going to use it or not makes absolutely no difference, or whether they like it or not makes no difference. But to me, I don't care for waste. So, like the iPad, okay. I mean, I know I can go and return it and exchange it, get something else. So fine. If you're happy with that and you give it with that condition to say, look, if it's exact right, maybe it's too big, too small, whatever. Feel free to go and exchange it. All right, cool. Yes, the receipt. Thank you very much. All right, cool. Right. All right, great. Now I have something I can work with. I can now it's a good gift. Yes. But if it's just just in its own, like sorry, I know you put a lot of thought into this. It's a thoughtful gift, but I really not going to use it. Sorry, I can't put it in my pocket, so they can't substitute for the phone. And to have an iPad and a phone, well, I suppose I could maybe use the iPad just for the Zoom over here, and you leave the phone. All right, okay, that may work. Okay. But anyway, so I'm just saying though that gifts, at least for me, take a lot of work. Yeah, both in the giving and the receiving and the acquiring of the gifts. Yes, you agree or no? All right.
Yes.
Anyway, so
Okay.
off they
So
go.
this is something, okay, I haven't done for you, only like, okay, for Dushka, I give her like yearly subscription of a children magazine. Like, okay, so yeah, here you go. So you will have every month you will get a
Yeah.
magazine. So this is something, and this is what I really like about these type of things, because mostly children. I was like always drooling over comics and other things. So for me, it is like, okay, of course, if you cannot spend money on it, like you bought the expensive skirt for her, it is like, okay, sometimes you just would give them something which they, okay, even if they have money, they will not spend on these type of things.
Yeah,
So these
I
type of
do
things,
think I
okay.
bought her a pair of shoes also. Um, I'm not sure if I think so. Because I remember the thinking now, but that's a bit hazy, the memory. I remember the shoe bought them, but I'm pretty sure I did. And I know she bought a lot of shoes, right? So I thought, now, where am I going to find shoes that are really exquisite? And to me, they were very special. They looked like they were made from underwear. They had that tan color, but they weren't lewd or lascivious or rude shoes, right? But nonetheless, they had
Uh-huh.
that hint of it. So they had that tan color of generic underwear, tan underwear color, but they had that laciness to it. But it was so sophisticatedly done that it became not something that was, like with the boots, like we were saying, the boots can go from one extreme to the other, right? And they can independence or, whatever. But these shoes, they were truly, truly exquisite shoes. Whoever done it stretched that line of kind of naughty teasiness and exquisite sophistication. They'd really been without it looking cheap or corny or uh, kind of downgraded, lewd or whatever. They were just I really, I've got to ask Olivia if I bought that or she bought that, because I think I did, because I remember the thinking on it. But it may just have been that I'm just a choose. I'm not sure. I'm not sure now. So if I did buy them, then that would have been a gift that I know she kept. Uh, and those very often, but it was certainly a prized part of her shoe collection. Let's put it that way. Anyhow, let's get back to the story, because I'm still getting there. So now the three of them go away and they think about what Biella had said, and they like, hmm, I don't. Biella's explaining about the young man and gift giving, but it seemed like there might be a bit of resonance for Biella. They say, no, sorry, Biella, we don't believe you. We don't think that you don't like giving gifts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Mhm.
doubt this. So they say, no, we don't think so. You may say, you may think you don't like giving gifts, but we are going to actually that you do. Yeah.
Mm.
So they arrange a Christmas party at Biella's place. Of things that Biella's place was you know, the, everybody congregated there. It was nicely set up, and this was a big party. Not group was invited, but as pretty much anybody who they knew could that would come was in the area, and that knew Biella well. Okay, and so they all got together and they get Biella a gift. All right, so the night of the party arrives, and they return, and so they I said, Biella, well, we actually got you a gift because it's a Christmas party. And since we were reading about old Christmas, we said, okay, we're going to now, enact this. Of course, there's no Christmas or Novelia because there no religion or that, so, but we thought, all right, in honor of the story, and we were reading, it's just a one-time thing, obviously, but all right. So we all got together and all right. So but before we get to the main gift, we got some individual gifts. They give us some gifts, and I'm not even gonna go into the gifts, but one of them is this huge big box, all right, and I don't know, Marco. uh, Let's just assume, all right, here's my gift for you, and she opens it, and inside is another box. Oh, and then she opens that, and then there's another box, and another, and eventually it's all the way down to a tiny little box, and the box is empty. Ha ha ha! Big joke, very funny. Okay, I used, teasing me a little bit, and she enjoys the joke, of course, too, right? I don't know if you've done this. I know I've done it, certainly. The multiple box gift, joy.
Mhm.
So then, everybody else, they give her little gifts and, just small little things and to test this. And okay, so Bella goes through the rigmarole of the gift giving
Mhm.
and the gift receiving. And then another big box is brought in, very similar to the first one. Maybe this time there is something in it. We'll see. So, okay, she opens it. Yes, another big box. Seriously, knuckleheads have now the same knucklehead idea. She teaches them, right?
Mhm.
They just smile off. But Biella says, okay, I have to go. So anyway, she goes all the way down and she gets to the last little small tiny box. And it's a
Mhm.
very beautiful, exquisite box, like a jewelry that implies there's some kind of jewelry or something special in there. And she opens it, and not just any pearl. It is a very particular pearl. It's called a 1 in a billion pearl, or just a billion pearl, right? Because in a billion, not million, B with a B, or even more, right?
Okay.
An extremely rare pearl,
Okay.
which this pearl, it's very magical. When you look at it, it has like swirling energy in it, and the colors change, and it reflects your thinking, your mindset. So it's a true mood stone, like the mood stone rings you get that supposedly show your mood. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
You never seen a mood
No, I
ring?
don't. No.
Oh, they're very popular. If you go to a fair or a carnival, they always sell them. It's something that reacts to heat, right? So when you put it on, it changes colors. And if it's orange, then it means that you're excited. If it's red, it means you're very blue, you're in love, or whatever. There are always different interpretations to these things, but they're very popular with kids. And after a while, when you've used it a little while, it's very fun and novel because you're supposedly getting some insight into yourself. But after a while, you realize, well, it's the same things and the colors. You're going to see blue again, or red, and you're not feeling angry, and then it goes in the cupboard, right? When next time you go to the bazaar where they sell costume jewelry, ask them for a mood ring to see if they have it, or mood ringers,
Okay.
so you can know what I'm talking about. They
I'm
must sell them
searching
out
it.
there. They
I'm
must.
searching it right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I'm sure that
Oh,
somewhere
yes,
along.
they have.
And it's very cheap.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's very
Oh
cheap
yeah, they're
actually.
very cheap things. They're not. They're more like novelties, you know. Yeah. So Bill is a true mood ring, and it's not just a color. It's a swirl of colors, like you can present your mood. So it's not only beautiful to look at, all these magical swirling colors, but it's actually a truly implement, right? Because you can use it as a self-diagnosis tool, right? How you look, and it's a self-reflection. You get to see yourself in this,
Ah.
yes, or another, right?
Uh-huh.
So yeah, and you can even so yeah, it's basically you are visually seeing the state of your not just your subconscious, but your emotion conscious, you could say, right? Your emotional subconscious. So it's not just emotional, but mindset too. Yeah. So it's a gift. Yeah. And of course, Biala she is moved by this gift. This is a very special gift, because not only is it something that is truly unique and rare, and she knows it is ridiculously expensive. Yes, well, the aspirants don't quite have the access to the funds of the New Nobility Corporation, but any new noble has access to huge funds, right?
Mm.
Not unlimited, obviously, but still. So in order to buy this, they would have had to get together and probably have had money from the corporation to buy this, because it would be, I don't know, likely $1 billion or something, the equivalent to buy it. It would be out of the realm of an ordinary gift. Yeah. Now, yes, money is not an issue to the new nobility, but still, because it's so and in all of the agglomeration, there's not many of these. These things are like, beyond regular pricing. So they would have had to make considerable effort to acquire this, yes. And it's a group thing. Everybody would have had to be, not only the new nobles. Pretty much they would have had to get the new nobility in general to sign off on this, which is quite a feat, considering that they were to exclude Biella, which not to give the surprise away, etc., etc. So the amount of effort involved is very revealing. Not only is the gift itself fantastically, magically awesome, but it indicates the affection and the care they feel for Biella. Yes, right. So Biella's but overwhelmed. Ah, and Biella's very overcome by this gift, and she says, "Oh, excuse me for a moment, and she goes off into her bedroom. And anyway, she comes back, and she says, "Wow, this is really a magical gift, and I'm most appreciative. And also, this is something that I truly treasure, and it shows me who and what you are." And as she's saying this, right, she has the pearl in her right hand, and she transfers it to her left hand. She reaches to the left hand side of the table where she's sitting, and she stretches a little ways out, and she puts it right on the corner of the table, for everybody to see. Distance between her and the pearl, and to say, it's not only, it doesn't just reflect me, as most of but and she wants everybody to see
Mm.
the to share in the joy of the pearl. But just give me one more moment, right? And she leaves again, and
Uh-huh.
she goes into the kitchen, and she comes back, puts the box down at the foot. She sits back in, and the pearl is there, and she reaches down into the box, and out she comes with a hammer. What the
Mm.
hell, Biella? And the next thing, she leans over, and she smacks the hammer onto the pearl, right? Bam! But she leaves the hammer right on top of the pearl, and you see the white dust of the pearl around the hammerhead. And then she lifts up the hammer, hammer it slowly, and crushed $1 billion pearl.
Mm.
Of course, there's deadly
Mm.
silence. Hell now, yeah. And everybody is just stunned. They don't know what to do. Yes. I mean,
Yes.
some of like Key and Marco and Kaljun, they'd heard her talk about the young man, and her questions. Am I free to this gift? Oh, it's like holy moly. So Biella says, please, a moment, a long moment. And she just lets this total drama of her destroying this $1 billion pearl, or I don't know how much it costs, but this truly exceptional gift in the universe, that's very rare. Yes, there are more than one pearl. The destruction of something that is so precious and so beautiful, and everybody's just stunned. Then Biala says, "Behold," and she opens her right hand, right, and in it, or at least she pocket, sorry, from her pocket, and she says, "Behold," and she brings out another $1 billion pearl. It up between her fingers like this, and she holds it up for everybody to see, and she shows everyone. Yeah.
Mm.
Wow. 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 Was that a fake? Was it? No, that was a real billion pearl. But this is the me. I'd been given one before, Biala says. Wow. If there's one in the agglomeration who could possibly ever receive two in a lifetime, well, it's Biella. Okay. So now she says this, right? So now she goes into the story, and this is the biggest story of the story. She says, as you know, with Belia, I came to the Belia late. I didn't come here as in my late teens or early in my youth, in the way most aspirants typically come. There are the exceptions, of course, as you know. And before I came here, I was traveling across the agglomeration. Right? So on my travels, and this is sometime Golf World, the whole incident on Golf World. Did I read you the whole golf story where Biella disrupts the whole planet and all the misogynists on the planet and all that?
Yes, the one that, like, okay, they were assuming that they are not playing
Yes,
well.
she had to
Yeah.
pretend to play not well, and then she plays better and better and better, and then the bets get increasing, and she basically the misogynists on the planet, and it collapses the economy and it changes the whole culture, and well, she also calls in aggravation, human rights violations, and the whole planet's whole culture gets changed, and then the women end up in charge, and all these misogynists, and they have to bring new men in, and anyway, so she changes a whole planet because of just the thing with the guy on the golfing, and the culture, right? And she objects to it, and she does all these different things. So she says, about a decade later, right? She'd made an effort to not have herself be front and center in the greater agglomeration when it came to the changes. She said, okay, the new nobility, they started eventually to took over, and she'd done it in the name of the new nobility, even though she wasn't technically one yet. So she says, I tried to keep a lower profile, and yes, at the time, many knew me on that world. Of course, they know who I am. In the greater world, I was mentioned for a while, but things come, things go, and especially because I downplayed it and made an effort to avoid being in the news. In the greater world, I wasn't a household name, especially years later. Yeah. It's a new story in it. People in positions of authority or power, the name stuck because because hey, you frequently changed things, and anybody who's in a position of power or authority remember stuff like that. Yeah, but if you mention the name, they'll have the association because it's significant, right? So it will be in their memory. And I was following anomalies and going wherever the universe took me, which was a marvelous adventure. And the universe brought me to this collaboration of very wealthy worlds that were wealthy in the usual sense of, just people and sophisticated. And yes, they have thriving economies, but it's more not that the worlds had become wealthy. They the worlds to live there because they were wealthy, and the economy followed the wealth, right? So they made wealth elsewhere, came and lived retirement, or like vacation or whatever. But it's where people chose to live when they could and had the wealth and means to do this. Now, over time, initially it was just exceptionally wealthy people, but then as the planet developed, and of course you get shopping and restaurants and all of this to support this, you have an infrastructure that supports this, but still the worlds are primarily wealthy worlds. And when you go there, it's all about the functions and the interactions and galleries and all of this kind of stuff, right? So all the typical things that you think of when it comes to wealth. Wow, this is interesting. It's not, that wasn't a part of my upbringing. Not that her mother, Sylvie Nadar, sorry, not Sophie, Sylvie Nadar, uh, had money, but she didn't live in that style. She was just lived ordinarily. Wealth wasn't a big issue for Sylvie. She had other things that were important to her, not the and luxury and treating yourself and stuff like that, right? So I said, wow, this is good. It'd be interesting to see this from the inside, and to be, there you go. Let me come and live here for a while. So while living here on these, on one of them particularly, the main world, the constellation of worlds, of course, I had many on my travels. Many, but well, it was many. But any woman that's reasonably attractive is going to find men interested in her. But and you have to deal with them, as all women know. If you're not interested, or if you are, either way, you have to deal with it, right? And I was
Yes.
capital diplomacy skills. It was never a problem for me. But also at the same time, there never was anyone who persisted, or who I enabled to persist. Let me put it that way, right? I do develop, or have a really serious suitor, somebody who is very this guy, this man. He becomes very, very interested in me, and he's very clear that he is really, really serious about being liking me. He's a for real shooter. Uh, so of course I'm very cautious when it comes to this, because, well, long story, but well, we'll skip over that. If you know me, you'll know why, and all the logic to it. But anyway, at the time I'm like, all right, this is pretty interesting. I will give him some space to ply his suit. Yeah. And well, extremely, extremely charming. I mean, if there is an epitome for charm and sort of sophisticated elegance in the normal sense of the word, not in the new nobility sense, this would be the person, right? He's entertaining, he's thoughtful, he's considerate, he's kind of everything one would want in the regular sense in a man. And he was someone, not that he pursued this, he was just independently wealthy, but he'd done things charity for some movies and stuff, and he was a decent actor as well. But it wasn't his main thing, right? So he wasn't known for that. He was known for as a movie star on the side. But his main feature was this inordinate charm. So he's making the suit time, and eventually he's getting, he's trying to get more and more serious, but I don't want to be and he brings me a gift. And of course, the gift is this brilliant pearl that you see. Yes. Now, one individual to another, this is an exceptional, exceptional gift. Yes. Now,
Yes.
he was in that category of individual actually be able to to acquire this and come by it. Whether he bought it or acquired it, I don't know. He may even have pearl factories for all I knew, and he just took it out of, instead of selling it,
Uh-huh.
so he didn't necessarily have to spend. Yeah, it still cost. But either way, so he gifted me a billion pearl. Wow, wow, this was truly an extraordinary gift. Put a very big spin on things, and I explained to him, as much as I appreciate the gift, it in no way yes. Now, this was the first time I'd encountered them. Yes, I'd heard of them before, as you hear of things, and something in the nature of a it has a mythology to it. Yes, you can go and look it up and search it on the com and see. Yes, they are. But if you've never actually known anybody who actually had one or known of it, yes, they are technically real, but they aren't real until you see it, right? Because it's so far-fetched. You can't really describe what it is. Even if you see a video of it, see it and experience and see your own self in this or see another in it. Yes. So I'm busy absorbing this. I'm holding the pearl, and it's truly just wondrous to me, and it's really fantastic. And then I'm observing us, and he's observing me enjoying this, but he's not close to me. He's out of the usual range, conventional distance where you're interacting with somebody.
Yes.
He's kind of in the next range away. And I assumed because he didn't
Mhm.
influence the pearl and have him be on it. Yes.
Yes.
But I was curious what the pearl would show. So I'm hooking this, and I reach out to bring the pearl closer to him. But he's alert for this. And in my reaching out, he yes. And he says, no, 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 no. This is for you and you alone, not for me. I don't want to be influenced by it. And that's the end of it. But that moment, right, while he was moving back, is making sure to he was paying attention to hand and the pearl. He clearly didn't want to be reflected in the pearl. In that moment, just for a split second, I saw an occlusion, OCC. I saw an occlusion in the pearl, a little tiny tiny dark spot. It was only there for a moment and then it went. Right? I wasn't sure I'd seen it, but I was also sure I had. Yes, it was that brief, just a glimpse. But then he was out again. It was just me, right? And he said, "This I don't want to. I'm shy about sides. This gift is for you and for you alone. That's it. Not for anybody else, just for you." Okay, I accept this. So we carry on. He continues to bring suit, and I continue to not want to go relationship with him, and I don't know why.
Mhm.
Everything is right. It's good. It's appropriate. I enjoy him. I enjoy his company. I enjoy being with him. He's charming. He's gracious. He's funny. He's thoughtful. It's everything you can possibly imagine. There's absolutely no reason, and it's very clear that I could be in any nature of relationship, temporary or permanent. short term, long term, whatever I choose. It's completely up to me. Right? He'd be quite happy with whatever. Right? But I'm not willing to go even to type of relationship. And it's anomalous. And of course, all the friends that I've now made, because I've already been in this place for many months now, they're going on, seriously, and they're like, you're crazy, and you should get involved, and this is, you're so lucky that he's interested in you. So then I start thinking, and being a life detective is a big part and was already a big part of Sylvie's training to think like a detective. Yes. So one of the key features of a detective is to fit. That occlusion started to bother me. I couldn't reconcile it. In that moment, no negativity from me, none, zero. I wasn't annoyed, irritated, upset, bothered. Him, yes, I understood it. It made perfect sense. He wanted the gift to be for me and me alone and me only. And yes, I did kind of surprise him with bringing it. But he wanted it only to be about me, so he moved back. But I still saw that occlusion, right? And I cannot ignore it. Yeah. So then I said, well, I have to now pay attention to this. I cannot say that occlusion did not exist. It did.
Yes.
What is that occlusion? It revealed something about him. Yes?
Mm. Mm.
Ah, and so now I'm thinking, and I look back at my own behavior, and in the context of the occlusion, it now makes sense. Something somewhere has said, trust without trusting. Yeah, no commitment. And the ongoing interaction, the more I'm getting to know him, it hasn't said to me it is the commitment line. Yes? Never.
Yes.
I've never felt that, despite knowing him well by now. So now I say, okay, I need to do some more research. So now I seriously start to research him, and I look into him and really start to examine him. And the more I look at him, I see everything is perfect in the
Wow.
usual conception of things, right? I say, well, is this what you expect to find? Yes, kind of. But there's perfection and there's perfection. There's natural perfection. There is manufactured perfection. If you've seen uh, artificial diamonds, you know the difference when you see those and you see real diamonds. Yes?
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Cubic zirconia. It's perfect,
Yes.
but nobody buys it.
Yes. Yeah.
Why? Because it's artificial.
Mm.
So
Yes.
this suitor, I when I start to look into his life, I notice what he had subconsciously, that he was so perfect, and not in the sense of like he didn't have the natural people have, but less of or non-existent. It was that this was a manufactured perfection, not that he was an even though in reality he was. So he was very good. Like in other words, if somebody had taken a cubic zirconia and they deliberately added inclusions,
Mm.
right? Now, an occlusion is one where you would throw it out. It's an ugly flaw. An inclusion is a beautiful difference, right? The most precious inclusions are that canary yellow, right? It gives that little faint touch of canary. It's the rarest, but others it gives a sort of a reddish tinge or a bluish tinge or whatever to the diamond. Very slight. You can hardly see it, but it's there, right? And this is what makes the stones more valuable. But she'd seen an occlusion, which is very different, right? An occlusion is an ugly flaw, and the inclusion is a beautiful flaw. those diamonds would. In the case of the suitor, it was as if somebody had taken a cubic zirconia and deliberately made it with beautiful illusions, right? So now it doesn't have that blankness of that kind of hollowness that cubic zirconia has, right?
Yes.
Diamond, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Right? It has that depth because diamonds have a bit of depth. They have a mood to them, a feel to them, whereas the cubic zirconia doesn't. So now you're getting that same feeling of looking at a real diamond, but actually it is manufactured, right? Because inclusions, the positive, beautiful inclusions, but it's still deliberate, right? So this really now made me wonder. I started to contact people that I knew, right? People in positions of power, like the person that originally helped my homeworld planet, Sylvie, the leader of that world. Sylvie knew him through her business. People that I could absolutely 100% yes. And I explained that I want to investigate someone without them being aware of it. And this person is very, very, and so I have to do it in a way that is completely not connected to me in any way whatsoever. So then the investigation starts into my suitor. And at first, there's just nothing. And then one person, uh, one of my friends who is investigator, uh, high level investigator says they cannot find anything whatsoever. And this bothers them, right? In the same way, when you see a cubic zirconia, it's pretty, but it's not a bother, but it's not quite, it doesn't, it's missing. It's missing
Yeah.
something. The perfection, in other words, the perfection reveals something by implication, like a black hole. You can't see a black hole, but you notice it through its effects. Yeah, through how it's affecting the
Yes.
universe around it. Yes.
Yes.
So, in the same way, he says, find nothing at all is kind of, for me, a warning and indication that something is amiss. Okay. Then he says, fine, let's look at. So then I said, what the investigator now says, and Biella also says, I'm assuming, pattern behavior where he was and all of the stuff, right? And and where in places that he was at, if there's anything going on. And he says, yes. This is I ran this, I said, okay, he was on these planets, and I did notice something. Not that you were on had records. Yeah, some of them are early planets, like they're new to the agglomeration, all of the technology to record things. And so, once he's there, you don't know what's going on, right? And this is not his fault. Other planets, right? If I do the same search for you, I will get the same results, right? So just so these planets, right? So I know he went to a planet, but not necessarily where he was, what he did. And on the ones that I do have the same thing, it's not a continuous 100% record, but this applies for almost everybody. But again, I noticed that everything was perfect. Yeah. And this makes me suspicious. And not for any logical reason, but in the absence of thing. It's too studied, it's too precise. And this is to me to concern, right? So, okay. But who he is, it does fit, it does make sense. So then I just on through attunement an anomaly because the person she's talking to is right. They said through attunement, I said, let me look into murders. This guy is a
Ah,
sterling citizen of not just his world, but of the agglomeration. He's the epitome of the ideal man. why would I expect of this? But I can't ignore the anomaly. And okay, so I said, fine. Let me look into murders that occurred during on the planets that I know of, and okay. So I look at this, and I do a search of murders that he could have committed. Yes, okay, and some come up. Of course, if you do this for anybody, if I do the same for you, going to be for you. It's not necessarily indicative, right? So I look up, and yes, there are, when you live in the city, and technically, you were in range of them, you could have done this, whatever, right? It doesn't necessarily say. Then I looked at the particular murders, and I said, all right, what about these murders stands out? Anything that connects them to the murders on the other planets? Any similarities? Now, beside obvious similarities, which 50% of them are going to be similar, or if you split genders into 3 or 4 different genders, depending now, all right, those factors out. I said things which are which would be factors that would make for choices. Yeah. Like, okay, obviously, if there's a similarity of hair color or eye color or body type or whatever, would be one. But other things that time, place, method, those are things you have to make a decision about. You make a decision about the victim because just you pick somebody, crime of opportunity, and so they actually random, right? But there are still things that you do need to make a decision about: where, when, how, all of this, right? Okay. So I looked at this, and the murders that do happen to coincide, and yes, they are murders of women, which they mostly are, and that are possible that he could have committed, but not any of these murders. They start to, when you start to attributes, the things that make them a bit more distinctive, right? Um, these murders, the ones that they're all murders. Nothing, most serial killers, they always have a style pattern. Well, they are still unresolved, yes. But also they are, um, they just unique, pattern to them of any kind, right? Most murderers, even if they're trying to be random, because they do things that are okay, they're right-handed, and they just do things with their right hand, and you can't avoid that, because whatever they do, that is a commonality that follows them, that's unintentional. And there's unintentional habits that, even though they're trying to be different, they're not even aware. It's like how you tie your shoelace. You don't necessarily think about it, but there's a style and a way in which you do it, and it's unique and individual. So, but then her detective friend says, but this is what I noticed. I noticed that what was unique was the fact that they were all unique. So in murders, these stood out for me as being murders that had no pattern to them, nothing exciting. They might as well have been textbook generic murders. Generic, right? Boring and blah, right? Absolutely nothing distinguishable. And then I said, now let me take these boring murders and pull them out and see what is similar between them. Yes. All murders would have some similarities. Like I said already, you have similarities of, well, they're all women. That's a similarity. Yes. But this is a similarity which it's not all that revealing, because you don't have to have a great range. So I took out the factors like, gender, hair color, eye color, stuff like that, which are going to have overlaps, are truly unique. Yeah. That, like I said, that influence choice. Like, and I said, are there overlaps of any kind? Now, if I did this with just of historic murders, of not just of serial victims, you would find some pattern, and you would find patterns that are unique to them, but you would just find it with murders in general. There are some overlapping factors, right? Always in anything, there's going to be some similarity. These murders, however, that were not the usual typical things, the usual typical factors, like gender and eye color and all that. The things that were specific to the murder, all distinctive and unique. There was no overlap with any other murders. So this puts them in all on their own. Any murder, in my experience, has some overlap in the non-obvious things, in the individual of the murder itself, with some murder elsewhere, right? But these were all completely individual and unique, them exceptional. So this led me to say, using philosophy of opposite, this indicates somebody who making effort to have the murders be unique and non-related to anything else. Yes.
Yes.
Which is quite something, right?
Yes.
And in order
Yes.
to actually achieve this, the
Hmm.
level of difficulty involved it's massive. This would require great time, great effort, great thought, great precision, planning in order to actually accomplish this feat of having the murders all actually be not in the fact that they are an exceptional murder. Remember, they're unique in the fact that they are boring and ordinary, but there's nothing that connects them to the ordinary, boring murders, right? So when you look at them, even in detail, they just ordinary murder, and that's it, like everywhere in the world. But
Hmm.
yet, there's nothing that overlaps. And this is something. This reveals, and of course, this is what we do. Pay attention to intent. Ha! But to achieve this and accomplish this, this truly exceptional. What kind of an individual would this be? One who takes great, inordinate pride, ability to go long term, play the long game, be really thorough and detailed, and be expert in their ability to to do something that requires an inordinate amount of effort. Yes. So this would be the equivalent of a billion pearl in a person. Yes.
Hmm.
So of course, when this Biella says now, well, now my occlusion makes sense. So I'll
Hmm.
fast forward the story. She's telling it to all of them in a room, and she says, well, you can guess the ending here now. It's
Yes.
rather obvious. My suitor was the serial killer, this very sophisticated serial killer. Why me? Ha! Now it comes to golf world. Not all of those misogynists gave up their misogynistic ways. And
Ah.
some of them, not all their fortunes, yes, they lost great amounts of money. And yes, as their punishment, they were banished to matriarchal worlds where, of course, they loved it. They loved being bossed about by the woman and they just stayed. They never gave it. But of course, some of the diehards, they
Mhm.
never gave it up. They never changed. And me. And a few of them got together and they'd gotten to know of my suitor. They didn't was this, but there was talk, right? And in their rarefied circles of this, there was talk of this person particular killer and how sophisticated, how skilled they were, and how exquisitely they could get away with it. And it was one of those rumor myths, you know it's out there and you suspect has some reality and truth to it. Of course, nobody knows who they're talking about, but we being well, or at least of them, they had the resources to guess at least, and so yes, he didn't acknowledge it, but nonetheless, was sort of flattered and okay, no, but so this became this long-term project, and at this time now I'd already been on this in these worlds for more than a year, almost 2 years, or long time involved. But this was so now then the end of the story, to cut it short here, is the actual uh, catching of this murderer. None of despite knowing who he was, and knowing is one thing, proving is another thing. There wasn't even circumstantial evidence to even bring even flimsy cases, right? So the only way this is gotten away, they were all perfect murders, in other words,
Yeah.
right? So the only way that this person was him was to essentially catch him in the act. So now we got together, me and not just the detective friend, but the others that I had involved. If you're going to murder Biella, how would you do it? Ha, yes. How would you murder Biella?
Oh.
This is a very interesting question, is it not? And the
Yes, it's a very
overall intent here, right? So there's a whole bunch of factors. Now that we know what's behind this, the murderer has, first of all, ordinary,
yeah.
non-obvious, so that your local officials, well, it's just a murder, unsolved, who knows, whatever. Yeah. But also, it's a murder. It's not an accidental death, right? All of the others were as murders, not accidental deaths, right? Of the deeper psychology. It has to be known as a murder, and he has to get away with it, right? That's just part of the thrill. And now there's also this deep misogyny. This is part of the power, yes?
Yes.
That I can do this and I can get away with it cleanly, and nobody knows who I am, right? So also part of the mandate with his misogynist is that it has to be, now this particular one is, yes, it's bland, it has to in some way be related to Biella. And what is it that they are bothered with, and what is eating them up inside, is this: they want me to have my comeuppance. Yes, they want to assert superiority. How they're going to achieve this is in my murder, for it to be embarrassing in some way to me. Yes, logically, yeah,
Yes.
right. So
Yes.
so yes, okay, we're sorry for Biella that she got murdered, and from wow, I didn't know that about her, and so in the murder it reveals things which don't look good for me, or are embarrassing to me. Embarrassing in the sense of, okay, I've got dirty underwear on, which probably this would be something that they would find amusing, but but on its own, so now we come to a
Mhm.
very complicated murder. Yes. So
Hmm.
now, and I haven't thought this. I'm going along here. I never got this far in the story yet. So now the rest of the story, Biella tells about how they set circumstances that would very vaguely hint at something that would a murder which would achieve all of these objectives, right? And then of course they set it up and they lie in wait for him, and I did think about it. I did think about it.
Uh-huh.
So uh so is, I have not had suitors. I've I've been my triple Virgo self all my life. It's one of the things that is known about me, that I don't have boyfriends or lovers or of any kind, male, female, doesn't matter. That I'm just happy with myself. So it's something that's known about me. And it's probably part of my attraction to this particular is an exceptional individual, and everybody knows it. It's acknowledged, and he's aware of it, of course, also. So it's part of the challenge of
Yeah.
so so then Biella, now she's discussing something, right? She says maybe this is a way we can in an interaction with him, I can share very casually that, well, I'm still a virgin, and
Hmm.
this that uh, that I don't feel those feelings, in the way most people express. I'm a sophisticated woman. I understand how this all works. I know what goes on here, but I don't feel those feelings. So I want to also lose my virginity at some point. I want to have that experience in my life, right? Uh, and I think what's going to happen is if I were to take some kind of an aphrodisiac, yes. Wow. Okay. Makes sense. Now we shift the story where Biella's talking to the suitor, right? And she says, and I'm very thorough, as you know, and I like to do this. And there is one. I was actually gifted it. I didn't know it at the time, but I was gifted it. Sangomas, like in South Africa, they call them sangomas, a witch doctor or whatever, but they deal in potions, very much in potions. This was given to me by a sangoma, and at least that's what they call themselves. And they just said it was a gift of power. And I said, thank you very much. And I've always treasured it. And when I was thinking about this, it was a powder. So I looked into this and I researched this powder, and lo and behold, it is an aphrodisiac. So it's not only an aphrodisiac, but it also leads to a profoundly spiritual experience. And it's extremely rare. Like this was, I didn't realize it, but it was an exceptional gift at the time. It's not quite as rare because it can be made, but nonetheless, it is not something for just anybody. They would only make it for somebody that they held in extremely high regard, and somebody who they thought of handling the spiritual aspect of this experience, because it's extremely intense. It's very profound. Yes, it has additional benefit of also being somewhat of an aphrodisiac, but this is a sub benefit. The main point of it is spiritual experience of it, and you're going to connect to your higher self, your monus, etc., etc. Wow. So I really have thought about this and willing to do. Only problem is this is also poisonous. Another reason why this particular drug, you could call it, is very rare, because it's like puffer fish, that the Japanese eat. If it's not prepared right, what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Right. If it's not prepared exactly right, it's poisonous. And this is the same thing, exactly right. Furthermore, there's another element to this particular drug, and it is two people, yes,
Ah,
not both to take it, but one to prepare it and one to do it. Because you enter into a state, and then you've got to take more, but after the drug needs to be modified once you already have taken it to do it. So you need somebody that you trust to do this for you, to prepare it for you, and put this. Now, it's a very intimate thing, and only way you're going to do this is, I would assume, with a lover, right? Because the nature of that it is going to bring out all of your feelings and the entire range. So you are going to have to go on a journey in the the first start is just it puts you into another
Mhm.
realm, and then the second stage is that how to feel your feelings and moods and your practices, your abilities. So like at least in my case, stage two or at least the secondary initial, I don't know how many stages there are, this varies depending on the person, but in those stages it's now going to reveal my lack of knowledge in terms of sexual competency and experience and awareness. I might be a noob, but then of course you learn and you grow, and as you go on it gets more and deeper, right? So this is the nature of the drug. You go on this you have to, the commitment is that yes, initially we are going to have to explore, and you're going to see my nakedness, literally, but also spiritually and psychologically, right? And this is why the drug again is so rare. Because willing to show their nakedness in other words, to reveal their awful truths. Yeah, this is not something that people are willing to do with somebody. Major, major big commitment, and this is a very big deal. So I was really thinking about this, and I've been putting off for, and as you are aware, I do like you, I do care for you, I like you very much. But you pressed me in a negative way, but you've made offers of relationship, yes, which I have consistently declined. Now, I'm getting to that point where I'm I'm thinking of accepting this, at least to start with an interaction. But I want this first time to be something truly special. So now the drug becomes special. All right, so I'll keep it along here, because instead of going through all the details of it, because I have to, when you write it, then it comes more of it now in a detailed way. Uh, so what happens next, of course, is she agrees to undergo him, right? Using this particular drug gift, yes, in all of these conditions. And of course, this is just ideal. For one thing, the drug is once after a while it stabilized, and it's untraceable, right? You won't know it's there. So it's excellent if it's not properly prepared, right? So it can give the murderer a really easy way out. It would give him the other thing. It would put Biella in compromising positions where the drug does go wrong. They might not know what drug it is, but they will know that something was involved. So this would be compromising for Biella, that she did kind of a drug. They won't know exactly what it was, but from the way the body would be, it would be clear that it had some aphrodisiac effects or whatever, and this would also, Biella would be in a physically compromising position, not staged, like some serial murders are. They pose the bodies and all, but obviously natural. So we start to see, and if you catch, if it's done in this early stage, this is very appealing to the murderer. It shows that he is naive, as kind of a bit raw and stuff like this, which Biella is very sophisticated and elegant. This would be majorly embarrassing, at least to the murderer and his misogynistic friends. And this is their logic, right? So now they've set the stage for him to have a perfect, all the factors are considered. All right. So Biella says, well, I agree to do this. But Biella, all of this is be murdered. What I didn't share with him, right, was that this particular Sangoma was an exception in their field, right? And they said to me that, they are going to give me an additional gift, antidote. These drugs, the classic of them, they're known, in Sangomas in general, as the but Ngoma was the only one who actually developed an antidote if things went wrong, right?
Okay. Okay.
So, and they didn't share this, so it was something that nobody knew of. And if you research this, you wouldn't know there was an antidote available because they didn't make it available. It was unique to them and them alone, and they didn't advertise it.
Okay.
So this became the
Sorry to interrupt
absolute.
you. Okay.
Yeah,
I
no
have to
problem.
go. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah. But this is wonderful.
Paused it. So, all right. So,
Okay.
so now they have to plan the big night, right? And Biella's
Mhm.
explaining now to all her friends at the party, right? At the Christmas party, right?
Yes.
The story now because it's about the second pearl. Says, all right, so now we have to plan this, and this is a tricky thing to plan. First of all, because he's well, because anybody with wealth, they have to be security conscious and all of this, and they generally don't like to be recorded and so on. So, well, I want to record this and have this be my first time and blah and blah. He may still, because he knows what he's going to do. He doesn't that
Mhm.
or even if he does, even if he does suspect, he may have that arrogance to do it anyway, because he can and he get away with it. So this is a big deal.
Mm.
Now, so we have to plan this very carefully. How to catch him in the act, because otherwise the whole thing is rather pointless, right? So, and because this is a stage thing that of stages, and to be fully aware during this, I have to, I can't say, oh, in that step, and then he does it, because I'm going to be inside, the, the effects of the drug. So either. So okay. So what we do is we say, fine. I'm going to be a little bitty. This is my full, and I'm going to make a big deal about the trust of it all, and also psychologically, I have to really get into it of the emphasis under the emphasis. I can't fake this. I have to really feel this. And yes, all right, I do know now, confidence in the suspicion that he's not a good person, but I have to only remember the goodness. So I have to practice ability skills to engage that side of him only and ignore the other dangerous side, the occlusion side. Right? This is something that I have to use every ounce of my skill and only remember that this for the good. Yes. Otherwise, no way I could do this. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So I said the way I figured to do this to make it very clear that he would have to, that he would have to make a deliberate mistake is I set up cues, right? And I have a little just a very basic simple machine that picks up the card, holds it up. Very simple. It's a mechanical contraption, right? Where I write it out. It's an old-fashioned thing that was used long ago that I'd seen somewhere, and I wanted to use it because it's not electronic. And I will bring it, and you can just easily remove it, or just take the cue cards with him, and it'll just be one of my items I have in my personal possession, and won't rise any suspicion, right? But it will show, and it will be very. If there is a recording of this, it will be very clear that he's ignoring those cue cards. Yeah. So I get this machine, and I acquire it in that there's no trace to me, so that I can say, well, I've had this, and it's like something I've had for forever in my possessions. He doesn't know what I have. I got it somewhere on my travels way back when. Don't even remember where. Never used. And I do set this up with the cue cards, and it makes a sound that what is coming. And I set this up so that that he at least this is what I say to him now. But I'm setting it up. I mean, I know it's not all that complicated, the steps, and he can easily remember it. But I don't want that he forgot. That has to be very clear. Now I have to also set up the recording. This is trickier because he as part of his deep, he's places for bugs and so on. It's part of his standard if he comes to visit anywhere, and obviously I'm going to do this at place. He just always does this. It won't be unusual for him to do it on that occasion. He'd make an extra effort because it's private information, and in his world, that stuff is people want to have ammunition on you and all this, right? He's going to be very sensitive to any kind of surveillance. So then I said, when I was with the new nobility subsequently I interacted with them on a regular basis, I'd noticed something interesting in their behavior, which is a black hole behavior, in the sense that I noticed it via the effects. Very, very subtle. That they knew things which they could know in ordinary ways, but things fairly consistently that that would be really, really exceptional if it was purely from memory and attention and observation. Yeah. So then I said, suspect that there's something else going on. I don't know exactly what, but I suspect. So my friend who are new noble says, very perceptive, Biella, what you're noticing is our implant.
Say it again.
We all have implants.
Okay.
And you notice the effects of it. Now, we don't advertise that we have implants. Outside of the new, this is not known. And we keep it that way. Why? Because the nature of the implants that we have, they are exceptionally expensive to do what we want them and to work the way that they do, and to have no side effects, and of course to be small and implantable and all this, because it's a direct brain implant. So, and also the biggest reason is that the new nobility not make its wealth part of the association with the new nobility, right? So when you meet new nobles, you don't think of them as being part of the wealthy. You just, all right, yes, they dress exceptionally, but that's their thing. They don't have connotations and associations with being wealthy. They're not part of that class. The only class they're a part of is being new noble. But new nobles is not associated with wealth, even though the New Nobility Corporation is the most wealthy by far of any entity. Nonetheless, it's not something, yes, it is out there as public information, but well, it's a corporation and the individual. Some know that we want to downplay it, right? So of course, having the implants, which is something very, very expensive, as something that's fairly common, would mess with that image. So very few know about this. And also, when it comes to our diplomatic diplomacy, which is a large part of our just our culture and our way of being, and of course also from a business point of view, it's a big part of the because our main business is the transport, of course, which is exclusive to us. It's a monopoly. But through this, so of course the implants are massively helpful for this, right? Because you have access to the internet, or the com as they call it, to the com in your head, and things bring it up and all of this. I mean, there's many uses for it. All right, so now, yes, Biella, you're a French teller, that and we're sharing this with you because this is the way we are going to do this, right? We are going to an implant, even though you're not a new noble, and you're going to use this, right? So your suitor is going to do all of these sweeps and he's going to have no awareness that you are going to be recording whatever's going on, and it's going to be streaming to one of ours. Will be saved, right? So it's not just a live feed to wherever you feed it to, it's actually recorded as well, right? So he has no of knowing that you're going to be recording him via your eyes and your ears, your senses, in other words, right? All right. So we go, and the big night comes, and we get into it. Everyone else now, she's telling the story, says, right, well, so when the big night comes, I have to get into the spirit of everything. And I do. Now, here's the problem with my story. Because in order for plan to work, it has to be, first he has to do it deliberately, but also it's not going to work for him if there's the point of it for him is to get me to be in some kind of embarrassing or compromising situation. Yes. And this is the stage of the drug. But now, how do I share this? Yeah, problem. So let me just say this, that when I later looked at the recordings myself, yes, I was embarrassed. Yes, because the drug and then starts you from a path of your spiritual journey. And in that regression, you end up basically to be kind of, young. This represented a ghostness and awkwardness and a foolish, stupid naivety, which I never knew was a part, right? And it is so for everyone, obviously. But to see that in yourself, to be that way, especially when you take great care and not being foolish and silly and all of the other things that go with silliness, like I guess being assumptive or judgmental or lewd or whatever. Those all go part of that, our primitive self. Yes, so the drug reveals your primitive self to you, and evolve through the course of the taking of the drug, which is many hours and the entire interaction. But to see out of yourself, this is very difficult. Now, how did I see this? Because I set it up in such a way that, in my apartment, in the bedroom, obviously, where this was all going to take place, that I had mirrors, yes, which, as I always heard, this would be part of, the physical interaction, so the love making, and so on. And yes, I'm clueless, and he was a bit amused at this because, well, in the realm of love making, that's to have mirrors. It's like you go to a cheap motel and they have mirrors up on it. It's like, nobody's sophisticated to do this. But what I'm ignorant, so he did this, and he thinks it's very amusing. In normal circumstances, he would have shut it down at all and said, well, that's very corny and all this. But in this interest, to add to the embarrassment of his recording, he lets it be. But I need the mirrors so that I can see myself. Yeah, because the recording is coming out of my eyes. Yes, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
and show the
Yes.
fullness of the interaction, I need all the different angles. Anyway, so to cut the long story short, we do this and we go this, and you know, I take the drug and get into this, and then he follows the steps exactly, and nothing seems to go wrong. It's like, but you know, yeah, our plan seems to be failing. Yes, right, Beena? Because the plan was for him to not prepare the drug in its stage, and you know, but no, everything goes as it would as if he's not a serial killer.
Mm.
So all of our work goes for nothing, right? So we go
Mm.
through, and well, I got to tell you, it started off very awkward in the beginning. Usually embarrassed at some of the things, but that's part of the journey. And then, you know, you come the next stage and you look back, and now you have that perspective, and you basically seeing through your stages of evolution, right? I
Mm.
thought, wow, this drug was really something truly special and magical. And so we go all magical evening in the end. It truly was a magically spiritual experience. And then at the end of it, at the end of the evening, I was really having my that wow, you know what? Like, did we get this all wrong? This was the perfect opportunity. So and everything is all fine, and the evening ends, and and as the evening is ending, start to feel something odd. Yes, and
Mm.
everything is all fine and well. And I thought, wow, okay. But then I started to feel odd and rapidly started to get sick, right? So at that point,
Mm.
obviously my friends who are they come in and they stop and they capture him, right? Because now I'm getting starting to be really seriously ill here, and I'm going downhill really fast. They administer the
Mm.
antidote, and you know, I pass out, and I actually end up in a coma for a few seconds, or a little longer, but for a short time, right?
Mm.
And they give me the antidote, and I come out of it. So now we have him, right? This is clear something. And so when we later when we reviewed this, it seemed like he was doing everything according to the plan in the book. Through, you know, very sleight of hand, he added some ingredients. He didn't change the recipe, right? So even if they, it wouldn't seem like it, right? Now, of course, these ingredients too would, you know, if even if there is, at least to me, it wasn't so much a recording, but it was worried about me noticing, because he doesn't know what's inside my head. And yes, I've got the cue cards going. I'm very acutely, obviously concerned about him doing. So he figured that if he were to fudge the recipe, maybe I'd notice, because he has no idea how much I'm in my bubble. Yeah. And you know,
Mm.
yes, part of it that you can do it, but you may still notice if somebody isn't doing it.
Mm.
So he just added some stuff rather, and he did it, you know, through sleight of hand. So it's very, if you like really paying careful attention and you stop the video, can you see this? So, so then, you know, my friends realized that he's messed with it. My antidote helps because he just took the same ingredients of the recipe and just added a little bit extra rather than change. He just added, so it was overly exaggerated effect.
Mm.
And this is one of the dangers, because it's a poison, and like some poisons that we use, you know, for cosmetics or anesthetic, if you give too much, it kills you, and just the right amount, it's good, right? Or even medicinal. So this is in the same way. So that's how he implemented the murder. But of course, he had no idea that he was being recorded,
Mm.
right? And through my eyes, and you know, I'm obviously open all the time,
Mm.
and so we catch all this on tape. But now I sit with the problem: how are we going to prosecute? Because well, obviously, if we prosecute, the tapes and you know all of this, he still because yes, these things can be supposedly be in private, but they always get leaked, right?
Mm.
So now we have to get him to essentially confess confess so that I don't have, right, Beena?
Yes.
So one of the effects that Biella says is that while I had the drug, that I was very honest, but I didn't think at the time was involved in the moods and the emotions and the physicality and all the wonderfulness of the experience. But it was also very, very honest. Yes, and which is what makes it so profound. So then the way we are going to do this, because we have him now, right? And we've got him, but he revealed to him that I have an implant. We just say he's been recorded in a new technology that he didn't detect. Right? We've gone to great lengths to set this up, so he's, even though we are saying that he's recorded, he can hear the truth of it. He doesn't know how exactly, and we don't say how. But he says, fine, go ahead, make it public. You're the one who's going to stand the embarrassment. I don't care, it doesn't matter. And we'll see, we'll have a big outing. So then I click on the idea, says Biella. I said, hey, why not give him the drug? Because he didn't take the drug, it's just I did, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't know what all the drugs involved, and because you and brings the honesty, we'll now see what it's like from his side. So that's what we do. We force it on him. He doesn't have much choice. But now he's under the influence of the drug, and instead of going through the event taken as semi-aphrodisiac and part of a lovemaking ritual and all this, but we've already done that now, so we don't go through it all again. I'll form it into an interrogation, right? But not in an aggressive interrogation, because the nature of the drug is for you to see yourself and to reveal your actions and behaviors. So we basically set this up as a slightly different kind of a lovemaking. Not physical love making, of the intimacy of sharing your deepest self, right? So that kind of it's still, anyway, it's a love making. So the drug works. So now I have to go back in, and even knowing now he's a confirmed murderer, I have to now be very impassionate and gentle with him to bring out all of his rawness and nakedness. So in this, we not only get, you see him as a child, as a boy, with pent up rage and aggression against his mother and all of the other typical usual things, how it develops from there, and we get his whole story, including all of the other murders. So we don't just have him for this one, but all of the others. Now we don't need to share my confession because we have his confession, and we don't need to share everybody else because now he's admitting to it and he's revealing stuff that only that. So this is how we catch him in the end. Yeah.
Yep.
Now the point of the story. It's always a deeper point. So Biella says, and now we come to the $1 billion pearl. And here's the thing. Yes. Here's the pearl. And there's the smashed pearl. Did you see me switch them? No, you didn't. Right? Because you weren't expecting it. There was no reason for you to even imagine that I would have another one. But I did. I had the one and I was all emotional.
Yes.
I went and got his pearl, and I put his pearl here in my finger, pinching it there, yeah, and in my hand. So I could hold my hand naturally and just open. And then when I had the view that, you just keep it, and it's a very simple trick. I can demonstrate it with a penny. It's very basic elementary magic, right? But you weren't expecting it. And because I was the left, I'm going to move it from the right hand to the left hand because, well, I'm going to put it there, right? So it's a very natural thing that I did. But then obviously now I'm putting the pearl that was in my hand, which is his pearl. So the point of all of this is you guys gave me fantastic gift ever. Twice. Not just the pearl itself, but the fact that now I was able to destroy that pearl. I always wanted to because it was such a reminder of him and all of that. Yes, I don't never forget, and I don't want to. I want to keep it. But the pearl is tainted, and it was always tainted for me. So I could never truly use the pearl is magical as a self knowledge, self awareness, self discovery mechanism, and as a profound tool. I could never use it because it was tainted for me. So I always wanted to destroy it, but I couldn't bring myself to do it because it's so precious. But now guys gave me this opportunity to do. And I couldn't resist having a bit of fun, teasing you a bit. And to demonstrate a deeper point, said, oh, am I free to not like my gift? Am I free to give it away? Am I free to destroy it? Those were rhetoric questions. All of you, but
Yes.
for Aki and Kaljun and Marco, remember when we talked about
Yeah.
that? It was abstract to you then, yes? But now unity to demonstrate just how real this is. And for the new nobles who understand this and are aware of this, even for you, it was a shock, yes? Because we have that. We get invested, we get committed, and we cannot but help it. Very profound thing. So gift giving is a very, very intimate thing. And we're taking a chance. It's a gesture that we're making. We are committing. We are asking something of the recipient. The gift isn't ever truly, truly free, no matter how much we want it to be. Something to be aware of. So yes, you were all horrified at my destruction of the pearl initially. That's why I asked you to bear with me. I wanted to really settle down deep. And then I revealed the other one, right? So, yes. And also, of course, dramatic. Yes, it's a gift, the dramatics. Yeah? It allowed me to tell that story, which I've never told before. And to the pearl, and now to have this truly special one in my life. So, thank you very, very much.
Wow.
How do you like that story, Beena?
Oh, yes. This is interesting. This is really interesting.
Yeah, the layers to it. Yeah, I like that. So I'll write it out at some point, and it's easier to write it out than to tell it, because when I tell the stories, I typically saying the abstract of it.
Yeah.
Because it's just the way the brain works.
Yeah.
It's very hard to lay it out in the format of you can't really
Yeah, but
tell it.
this still,
At least
but
not
it's still,
fully.
it was, this was really interesting. And also,
I tried to make it as fun as possible. Yeah.
world is a description of our perspective, like, okay, of our experiences also. This is something really interesting, because the way you have, look, I also have, okay, my auntie, she always gave me clothes, dress materials, dresses, and hardly, well, I don't remember exactly, I ever like any dress she bought to me. Okay, for me.
Dawn, right? You had your own auntie Dawn.
Yeah, but okay, for you, it was like, okay, handkerchief for a boy, and also like for a young boy, like, I don't get it. Anyway, but
Oh, it was
aunties,
the epitome of the lamest possible gift that you could give.
and aunt, okay, always buying something expensive, good quality for her and everything, but dresses are something, no, on that. And same thing happened in, like, she gave me on my birthday, last birthday, a white golden embroidery on it. I didn't like the material at all, not a bit. And also that embroidered on, I don't like that style also. It was like full front embroidered with gold one shade thing. And I like, yeah. But of course, it is in trend, and then she likes it, and it's an expensive one, so she. And I was like, no, sit again in my cupboard. I already have 3 from her, which are sitting in my cupboard. And I asked Mama that, okay, Mama, first, I do like white color, but this one, no. So first I want a different color. And then I said, I'm not going to make her dress like this, the way it is. So she says, okay. See, sorry, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so it was in a background, and somehow the movie started playing.
Yeah, it
I don't know
happens to
what
me too.
Christmas movies. And
Yeah, no worries.
so this was like a struggle, and I asked Mama that we just dyed it, like, okay, of course, give it to someone to dye it in a different color, and then Mama just cut it in a different way and make something out of it wearable. Okay, not presentable, but wearable for me. But it was like there was no fun of having a gift from anyone. It was like, why, Mama? Why, Auntie? And same thing happened with Frau.
Oh,
So Frau also had a gift from someone, and she was like truly upset. And then it was like it was. So then she decided to respond, and she was saying that I was trying to avoid the situation. That's why I was just like, okay, the thing happened, and she have to like, okay, now. So it was a lesson for me, and I asked Rauka that, okay, wow. So you the way you spoke is really interesting for me, and she says, why? And I said, because uh, why you were giving, well, like, why it
exactly.
was upsetting for you. And then she says, because, yeah. And she says that, okay, because I don't want to see that this is something I'm keep telling this person like, for years now. And I said, okay, so you can put it somewhere. And she says, Beena, but this is going to just remind me. And there are multiple perspective on it. Again, the first thing, people who are deliberate and aware. I'm like a well-tuned guitar. One take, a big chaos of vibration. The whole world is vibrating. So they get messed up. Like their peace of mind gets like really chaotic very easily. First thing, that how much value they give or people give to themselves, which is good, of course. Third thing, it's a lack of, it's for me personally, for me it's lack of not having, like, okay, having skills to not emphasize, not bothered by things which are,
Exactly. And this is a
and try
profound
to
skill.
see, and try to see the intent instead of, okay, me being upset is mean, for me it means that I had some
Exactly.
expectations, which of course is not appropriate. I don't have any expectation, and someone is giving me something. I'm going to just focus on the intent. Okay, so they want to be part of my life, they want that. Okay, until they are going to have some sort of expectations from my side, that, oh, okay, now you have to wear this, Auntie, like you need to wear this, like you must wear this. No, this is going to be like really a crossing into my boundaries, which I should not, okay,
Ought
I'm
not.
using the word should here, I should
Yeah.
not allow anyone to do that.
Yes.
But peace of mind is my
Exactly.
responsibility and my
Exactly.
thing. Nothing can
Exactly.
actually bother me if I don't do
Exactly.
peace in this regard. I have learned very early that, okay, if they gave me, okay, no, not going to bothered by that.
Yes.
But yeah, when it comes to expectations,
Exactly.
of course, I need to learn a lot to state my boundaries that, okay, this is something you gave me, and now it's up to me, which is by the time they are learning. In this story, when she was talking about uh, that, okay, of course, because the whole emphasis on people who are giving gifts. It's not about the emphasis of learning people who are receiving gifts, because the learning has to be on both sides.
Yeah.
The first thing for the givers, like, okay, you if you really want a gift, okay, you can really just be thorough and think about them and see. And then if you really feel that it is appropriate, then only then, not because of any custom or any ritual or
Exactly.
anything. No, just if you really feel that you want to give, it has to be something which is not going to cause any problem. Like, you cannot gift an elephant to a person living in an apartment. It's like, what you are what you are doing, do it with me.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
so this has to be something like really, you have to be thorough that you are giving them. Giving means completely giving. It's up to them now. They are going to make elephant kebab of it, or they are going to just donate it to zoo or whatever. So just don't expect them to treat it as a pet. Like, seriously. So
Exactly.
this is,
Exactly. Exactly. Right.
but on the other hand, sir, what I feel that a bit, the art of receiving also, that when you are receiving,
Yes. 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 So much part of gift receiving. Yes. Now.
exactly, and also emphasize on the intent of goodness. Like, receive that, it is not going to bother me. There is nothing to grumble about, because I understand your intent, and I feel that, and I do appreciate that. Okay, now I have received, so it's my thing now. You don't need to bother about that, and I am not going to have any guilt going to do with this, because it's my thing. So the learning has to be on both side equally. The art of giving and the art of receiving. Why
Yeah.
it's a pause there?
Wow. Very cool. Beena, which makes me think, right, in this context, to go a little deeper. So,
Yes.
in afterthoughts and addendums, is such a file in a book, right, for Biella. Uh,
Mhm.
or maybe later in the party when this topic comes up again. Maybe Aki and Marco and Kaljun come to and say, but so where are we? I know it loves to gifts, right? And we feel there's more, but we're missing it, and we're thinking, well, we don't get it,
Mhm.
right? Say two things with gifts. First thing is that we have to know that when we give a gift, that we are imposing on somebody. Imposing is a big word. In this
Yes.
context, obviously, it's not being used in the way normally we would impose. Yeah, like when you overstay your welcome, you're imposing on somebody's generosity. But you are imposing because we are asking them to do something, and that asking we are forcing them really to do something. Yes. So it's an imposition. Impose
Mm.
means you force in a way that's not using violence, obviously, right? It's a
Mm.
gentle forcing in it, but we do
Yes.
because we are asking our friends to react, and we are asking them to react positively.
Mm.
Point of the gift, we're trying to make them happy. We have an assumption and expectation, right? Yes, they are free to not like the gift, but that's not what we hope. We hope they will like it. Yes. So
Yes.
so it is an imposition for them to like it. If they were, let's put it this way, we are imposing on them in the sense that should they open the gift if privately they might risk they opened it up in our presence. Yes.
Yes. So
Imposition.
it's a politeness we are
We are
expecting. They
imposing.
actually act
It's
like.
not expectation. We are imposing politeness. Precisely.
Hmm.
Right. So the position is something we need to be aware of. So when I give a gift, I'm also asking for a gift. When I give a gift, I'm also asking for the gift. I'm asking for the gift of politeness, of graciousness.
Yes.
See? So that's a gift, that's energy that we're asking. So when you give a gift, you are also asking to be aware that when you give imposing, and this is a profound responsibility, right? Secondly, we have to also know that when we give gifts, yes,
Mm.
it's a risk, it's a chance. Because I am taking the chance that I may bother them, I may irritate them, I may annoy them with a gift. I make them feel crappy about themselves. I may give them a gift. My friend thinks I'm a doofus who plays, idiotic games by giving me Game Boy. That's a bit disturbing. My friend is a bit shallow and doesn't really see me.
Mm.
See?
Mhm.
So I'm taking a big chance here that that will upset the receiver. They might not show it, but it might still upset them, right? So the gift giving and tricky, yes.
Mm.
Third thing, when we really boil it down, and you take all these factors into consideration, but still want to give a gift, the only way to truly do it with impeccability is to give a gift that you happy, regardless of how the person receives the gift. I'm happy giving it to you. Okay, it irritated you, upset you. Well, too bad. I'm still happy that I gave it to you. If I'm willing to live with that, in other words, my impeccability is say my conscience is clear. Regardless of how you receive the gift, I'm happy giving it to you.
Mm.
Then and then only give a gift. Yes.
What about receiving?
Yeah.
How you are
So
going to
now,
like really
right,
enhance
right, right,
that
right,
receiving?
right. So now let's look at this from the other side. Come and you give me a gift, and you've thought it through in every possible way, and you said, look, I'm willing to take the chance. Am I happy? I'll say sorry. It wasn't my intent. I know it's a chance. It's a small chance as far as I'm concerned. It might turn out to be a bigger chance of in my estimation, it's a very small chance that this will be received negatively. So I'm willing to take that chance, and impeccability. It's justified for me to take it. I'm happy giving you the gift, giving. The joy for me is in the giving, not the receiving. Regardless of how you receive it, I'm going to get joy out of it. If it does irritate you, I might just see it as kind of a tease and be amused at very funny, and we have a good laugh about it, and probably you laugh with me. So I'm happy giving it, and this is the magic of the gift. I'm giving it to you not because I think it's going to make you happy, but because I know it is going to make me happy. Oh, this is a very, very, very different logic. Yes.
Mm.
Now I'm on the receiving end, and you come and you give me a gift that makes you happy to give to me. I say, wait, I want to open the gift. You say, I don't care. I don't care what you do. Even if you never open it, I'm happy giving it to you. Makes no difference what you do with it. Open it, it's irrelevant to me. I'm happy just giving it to you. As a receiver, does this not give you great joy? To know that you have somebody being happy. Yes. The idea of
Yes.
them giving you a gift made them happy. This makes me happy. So now the gift part is actually somewhat irrelevant now. Yes. So if I do open the gift and I am annoyed, irritated, or whatever, but okay, well, fine, you're teasing me and you showing me my own nonsense of my own self. Fine, good. Thank you very much. Very good self awareness lesson. Great gift. So if I respond to the gift negatively in the ordinary sense, it is a capital G gift from the universe. Yes. So in that way. So when we get to sophisticated gift receiving, we always find a way to insist on extinct. Yeah.
Exactly.
So regardless of what it is in the small narrow context, when I look at it in abstract, it's no matter what. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So as always, when we look at things, when picture overall, the whole issue with gifts becomes a non-issue, and because you can give and receive from this bigger picture perspective, and it's all
Yes.
it's a
And
gift of energy.
this thing is like, okay, of course, if we work from, of course, still we can change this whole scenario of giving and receiving gift, but it takes a lot of work from both sides, like improving our receiving skills and improving our giving skills, both sides. It is going to be like much easier and much fun. Like just be easy with that. This is because I saw an exaggeration, like, okay, like you always think that the gift, oh, people are making videos, they are giving gifts, a child a safety pin, and they're like, okay, oh my god, you just gave me such a beautiful thing and all that, and they are showing it as a very, very noble gesture to teach them how to be grateful. Yes, but you are also teaching them to be a liar.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is something
Exactly.
like, okay, so this
Exactly.
is not a good thing. So it's a
Exactly.
big exaggeration of this.
Exactly.
Yes, child must have this freedom to ask that okay, I know that what is the function of this safety pen, and then I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
And this is why, like, of course, it has to be purposeful, it has to be meaningful, receiving and giving both. And it's a way too much exaggeration that, oh, you must receive. Yes, politeness is a good gesture, but you cannot be a liar when it comes to politeness, like, no. So yes,
Exactly.
from both sides, but also on the other
Yeah.
side also, like, if I have given you something, so what, it's not going to be like, okay,
Right.
ruin your life. I'm giving you something with the good intent. And of course, like, every day, sometimes we don't want really a scorching sun or rain or snowfall, but it
Yeah.
happens. So what? Yes, it happens. So we just like, okay, I'm going to make myself more adjustable with all
Right.
these things. And this is what all adjustments and adapting and learning and growing is. Thing which is, of course, not really an appropriate thing, and you don't want to actually receive at all, no matter how valuable this gift is. You don't want to receive anything at all, and still someone gave you. Take it as something like, okay, universe just pouring rain, which I don't want really. Is happening, and I'm going to make myself more comfortable with. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has to be learning from both sides. Of course, we cannot control everyone else, and we should not also. So just be more involved also.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. We have to be impeccable in receiving. Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. We're sharing all of the surface ways of looking at it, but when we get into the deepness of the new nobility, the extraction, the sophistication, and they make it work no matter what. And actually, some of the gifts that were given to Biella as part of the whole Christmas celebration were gifts that they were known that the Biella would not like, right? For the pure purpose of how she would graciously accept this gift and how she would balance being honest with being diplomatic, right? So it's a big tease, squirm a little bitty. You say, wow, seriously, really? You actually got me this smelly piece of whatever horrible thing this is. Okay, yes, some perishable gift or whatever, but man, it's terrible. It's ugly as crazy. But okay, so they tease Biella a little bit because they know that want to make others unhappy, and she tries to be very gracious and kind, you see, but she's also honest, so they have some fun with her.
Because gift is a big deal, especially in American culture. Gift is a big deal, both side, receiving and giving, both side. It's a big give, like gifts, no matter what, up the person like it or not, they want to give because of all
Yeah,
sort of assumptions and expectations.
yeah,
And
right,
people, like, they have big huge
exactly,
expectation that the person should know what I really want and should give me this. Who are you to control my happiness, my joy?
exactly,
No. No one can
exactly.
do this.
All right, so Beena,
So okay, so it has to be
I
mutual.
do have your letters from Santa. Yes, dear Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I received little Kevin's letter. Please leave it and I will not deliver the drum set. Yeah. Okay, so I have a gift of me receiving a drum. Wasn't a drum set, but a drum. So when I was in junior school,
Okay.
in music class, I played the drums, and they had a drum set in the music class, which was there were two rooms in it, and I used to just bunk off all of the like PT and art and singing class. I would say, oh, it's because that's when you get music extra to your school stuff. I don't know if it was like that in your school, but with us, right? So,
Uh-huh.
when so you got to do your music lessons while it was non-curriculum classes like PT or singing or art or whatever, right? You didn't do exams on those classes.
Mm.
So, but I just got out of them all because, of course, the PT teacher doesn't check with the art teacher and who doesn't check with the singing teacher to see that I'm absolutely sanctioned, right? So it was great.
Mhm.
I would sit well, some of them were my classes, and then I'd play and all of this supposedly. Not that I just taught myself, but not really. But I did music theory and how to write music notation, all that stuff. In the times when I wasn't meant to be there, when you had other students sometimes, and I'd just sit in the second room and read books. It was great for me. Anyway, so obviously my mother was coming, right? And I actually played at the prize giving. The music teacher, he played on the piano, and then the kids or whatever on the recorder or something played, and I did my little thing on the drums, including the drum solo, the big drum solo. This was like the highlight of the whole evening's festivities. Pretty good at my drum solos, went crazy with the drum solo. Anyway, so I did this for 3 years, right? Standards 3, 4, and 5. Standard 3, I think, if I'm remembering the age more or less, right? Maybe, I don't know, it was some, anyway. So I'm keen to get my own drum set, of course, which I eventually did get, but not in the way that it came about. So at this stage, I have no home drum set, and a drum set itself is somewhat out of the equation because we're getting alimony from my father, and it's barely enough to keep us going. Anyway, so but I'm keen on the drums, obviously, and I never asked for any gifts ever, never asked for. Um, so anyway, so it's all right. It's a gift come time. So my mother decides to get me a drum, right? And so I get woken up, and it's in the morning, and she and my uncle are there. So obviously she got my uncle to buy the snare drum. It was very sweet of him to be there because he didn't usually. He was at our home a lot, but he didn't quite get involved on that level, which was rather interesting to me. Screw them. Where my siblings were, I have no idea. Okay, so they wake me up and they give me this gift of the snare drum, right? Which is great. I get the snare drum. But I've got the snare drum on my lap. Here's the thing that is interesting, right? It
Uh-huh.
unawareness on the other side, and it made the reception of the gift somewhat difficult. Because if you know how to play how a snare drum works. You put it down on something, especially material, it dampens the snare, correct? At the bottom. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
Right? So they
oh,
gave me the snare drum without a stand. You cannot really play a snare drum without a stand.
oh,
Yeah.
oh my God.
So the
Yes.
gift is not one that's usable without the stand. They didn't know this, ignorant, they were unaware. But it in my, I'm like, well, duh. And yes, I said, thank you very much. I was very appreciative. And very appreciative that they got it. And I was also appreciative of their unawareness, their cluelessness. And it put me in a difficult spot because now I'm aware of it and I don't want to reveal that aware of it because it's going to make them embarrassed. Yes?
Yes. Oh my God. This is the most complex
Yes.
situation. When you are aware, but you have to play like, no, I don't get it.
And it's not a cheap gift, I mean, so obviously, like I said, I was somewhat surprised that my uncle was there, and why the rest of the family wasn't involved, I have no idea. But it's part of my mother's logic, she thought the drumming was a good thing, and yes, I'm playing in the prize givings, and it's a big deal, and all this sort of ambition thing is like, and her logic is like, when your children are interested in something, you've got to um, um, encourage it and make it more. It was a whole like yuppie type of a parenting thing. Anyway, so she's fostering her own stuff in it. But still, at least there was a real gift, but it was a real gift that was compromised. Yeah. And was essentially useless. Stand for it. I don't remember how I got the stand, but I had to get the stand for myself. So uh, later on, the sailing went. I and my father had bought a sailboat for my brother and my sister, and and then they all lost interest. So eventually, I just adopted my sister's one, my eldest sister now, for myself, and because it was the nicer of the same kind of dinghy. Um, and so my brother's one is just kind of around there, but my brother, it's sort of semi-formally actually given to me by my brother. He said, well, you take it. I'm not selling it one. So it was technically mine to do with as I please. My brother's was still my sister's. It wasn't given to me by her or transferred to me. But my brother's one was, and I wasn't using it. So I traded it with a drum set, and I just swapped it. And so I ended up getting a drum set. So I had two snare drums. I don't know how I got the stand, and I think I used one as a regular drum, not as a snare drum. But so I really am surprised. I can't remember how I got the stand, but I just probably
Ah, okay.
I don't know how. But still,
So
it
since
makes a good
this
it
is,
makes a good example of the difficulty when you of the gift. I mean, I couldn't be disappointed because it was a genuinely good, real gift. The other thing that I used to do is I used to make tins. They were nice tall coffee tins,
ah,
and I
that-
would
yeah,
and
yeah,
they had like plastic lids on. And
ah,
sticks that I managed to get because they're not expensive. So I'd play on everything, play on the walls, play everywhere. And so I made these and how I got the different tones for the tins with different levels of water to give a different
wow.
sound. It wouldn't all say the same. Yeah, it was very inventive. So I was really into it, and I had fun. So of course, it became a bit of an obvious gift then. But still, the fact that it was without the stand, and their ignorance and
Ah,
unaware. This it was very hard for me, and I struggled with that to not show it in the moment.
yeah.
So
But
interesting, yeah.
this is actually at least like you got that that you could manage this the stand for most of the children, like, okay, they always have this thing that, oh, I was always looking for that toy, that thing, but I never get it. But my parents were, my friend Ali, his father was in Dubai, so they actually went to there for a very limited, and there was a shop there and the market close by. And in the particular shop, he told me in almost like every possibility, the glass window and the shelf next to it, on the fourth shelf, like on in the corner right side, there was a helicopter there, remote controlled helicopter. And this is something I was like always wanted. His father was like doing pretty well, and he was the son. For him, his mother and his sisters were like praying every possible thing that we want a brother and we want a son type of a thing. And for them, it was like really huge deal. He was 18 years younger than his. So you could imagine, like for them, like they were three sisters, and for them it was like a big deal in his whole family. There was like, okay, he could do this, but he never get this, and he still remember it. Remember opera with every detail of it, and it was, of course, like now he is earning money. He could fly, of course, if he really wants to in helicopters. But that toy is still in his memory. So, like, if you were actually okay, you were quite lucky in that sense that you must at least think about it for once. In a blue moon. Yeah, that she tries to. Okay, a good thing. Trusting.
Yeah.
Because I don't know from where, but the drummers always fascinate.
Yeah, and also,
really?
single drum.
Okay.
You can't really play a single drum. Doesn't work.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so you're coming in
No.
in episodes.
No. There was no connectivity to it as a drum set. It was just a single, more to it. No implication of any more to it. It was given in the ignorance. Oh, he likes drumming. I'll get him a drum. It's a bubbleness, that eye rolling, like seriously. Yeah. Cluelessness, complete and utter cluelessness.
Completely cluelessness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
So in other words, Beena, for me, that gift was a bit.
You can change perspective, Sil.
I understand, but still, at the time, I was just a bit sad about it. Not for myself, but for them.
But they were unaware, and that's why
they were so completely in that bubble, cluelessness.
But they were happy, and that the joy your mother might be feeling at the time that she is something really good for you.
No. Okay, you're putting a lot onto my mother. Yeah. Yeah. Giving of the gift is for her benefit, that she feels she's doing the right thing and she's encouraging the child and she's being a progressive, sensible parent. Just made her feel good, which is fine. It's great, but it wasn't really paying attention to me. Yeah. Never, none of like that. Very self-involved and self-centered. My uncle being there was the surprise part of it, which is very interesting. She must have shared all my drumming because, she did notice with the tins and how I did this, and this impressed her, my inventiveness and creativeness. Always whenever you're clever, it was very impressive to her. With great stock on cleverness. Mm-hmm. So my poor siblings who weren't that clever obviously got the reverse side of it. Terrible. Really.
But still, it's really almost okay. Not impossible, because I cannot. It's really hard to actually do any kind of perspective shifting into that. But have you ever tried like to do like really a perspective shifting, living your childhood again?
Oh, I do all the time. Oh, absolutely. Oh,
do that with the same perspective.
I appreciate the gift now. And it's. I mean, not that I didn't appreciate it then. In fact, that I did appreciate.
I'm not saying that you didn't appreciate that. No.
I saw it from all the
angles,
angles, Beena.
the biggest appreciation for that you didn't show your of course a bit sadness and botheredness with that gift. You didn't show that your awareness, prestigious appreciation for that gift at that time.
Oh, absolutely.
You
Oh,
were
it
appreciated
was a
big
big
time. You were
appreciation.
appreciated big time. I'm not saying of you. No, no, no.
Exactly.
About them.
Yeah.
Like just see that in a very different way.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, leave it. My thing with the drum set, I don't know why I always feel, never ask for myself. I never had this thing
Yeah.
that I want to do that. Never. I don't know. But I always, even from birth, that every child must have a drum set. I don't know why.
Wow.
Why?
Wow.
I don't, because never in my family I never saw anyone playing drums.
Wow.
My uncle, my father's elder brother, he used to play harmonium, and my brother had a banjo and flute. One of my uncle, he used to play guitar also, but never ever saw a drum in my whole family, in any friend circle, never.
Wow.
But I just thought for a child that every child should have a drum set. Okay. And I was never like really fond of like, okay, watching drumming movies or listening, nothing. But this idea was in our mind. And when Mona got married, Hunsha, after her birth, I said to Mona immediately that when she will be 2 years old, I'm going to gift her a drum set. And Mona was like, don't you dare try to do this with me. Don't you dare try to do this with me. And I tried to give Dushka also. I was young also, but at the time it was like, okay, not good. But I gave her a small drum set. And my auntie was like, you are a torture. You are a torture for parents.
Yeah. So in your joke, Mona
I got
letters to Santa. If anybody wishes to deliver a drum set, I'll pay you $100 not to. Mona is writing to Santa.
yes. So we met him, and he shared that story that he was a drummer, and he still, of course, he is a drummer. And when he was like 3, they had a big house, like okay, on third floor it was all the children's bedrooms, on second floor parents, and then in the ground floor it was the dining room and other stuff. So in the at the 4 in the morning, at 4, Alan used to come downstairs from his room and start playing drum in the lounge.
Consider it. I mean, seriously, Alan, come on now.
And he was 3 years old, and for him it was morning. And his parents like, come on, Alan, it's 4 in the morning. And he says that I was so much enjoying my morning with my drum. I just love that. And he was like, of course, he was a different child. And when he shared that story, I remembered that exactly this is what I feel in my childhood. That every child must have this. So that the joy of Alan, I was feeling it way before even aware of him. And then the next drummer in my life, like you, so I have at least drummers in my life.
Interesting, Beena. Very interesting.
But this is so fascinating for this, that why I had this idea. No.
Yeah, maybe it's just legacy carryover from the previous go around.
Who knows? But exact, and also that I don't know what you guys call it actually. The 2 brass plates, and
Symbols.
people act like really
Symbols.
Symbols. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you get different kinds of that you're thinking of that you clash together.
Yeah.
That's only used in marching bands.
Yes.
Yeah. But with it, it's a single cymbal, and
Yes.
it's on its own stand, right? They are the two together, but that's called a hi-hat. Which moves those between each other, but they don't quite have the same. You're not really using it for the clashing sound. You're using it to regulate the sound when you hit the smaller cymbal and then you mute it on the bottom one,
Mm.
right? So and that usually, if you see if it, you'll see the hi-hat, which is the two with a foot pedal, and then you've got the snare drum, and then the rest of it around like that. So there's usually basic beat. You set it up as a counterpoint between the hi-hat cymbal sound, which is a smaller cymbal but more treble cymbal, snare drum, and you'll go now that's when you hit it and then you mute it. See, and gives you that sound. So that's. But I'm just saying. So just to give you a little bit more on cymbals, and the best cymbals are made in Turkey for whatever reason, or they used to be. I don't know today anymore, but that used to be the where everybody got their cymbals from.
Mhm.
It was a Turkish thing. I don't know why, but just how it is. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a bit more to the typical drum set, and then of course you've got the bass drum. So your left foot usually is or right drummer. Your left foot will be working the hi hat, and then the bass drum has its own pedal to bounce it. Why it's called a hi hat, I don't know. HI-HAT doesn't make any sense, but that's what it's called. Just so you know, you might as well get a bit of drumming education, right? Now, that's stick drumming. Of course,
Yeah.
there's other drumming, where you're playing on bongos or congos, which is a bigger congas, which is also bigger, and those usually are they're very seldom in a set. For the most part, they either a single one or a two. Like you see the typical small bongos, you often see them, they come joined in the middle like that as a set of two. Because when you play those with a hand drumming, you can change the tone of where you strike on the drums, changes the sound tremendously, and how you strike it changes it tremendously as well. So in a single drum, you get a great range of sound. I don't have one where I can demonstrate now, unfortunately, but if ever you see people playing them, you'll see the difference. Like if you smack it in the middle, you'll get a deeper, more of a boing sound. It'll vibrate more. If you hit it right on the end, it's a very high treble sound. I mean, you can do it on your table. You do it in the middle. It's a different sound to the edge. Anything that has some surface to it, you can see there's some variation. But of course, if it's a surface that's a bit
And you don't like drumming now?
I haven't had the opportunity to play stick drums. I don't know since back then. So
Why? Why? Why?
because it's complicated. I mean, where you're going to go and do this. It's not something that you can unless you know a friend who has a set. I'm just in having my own set. No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Okay.
No, yes, drumming is all fine and well, but it gets very old very quickly if you're just doing it on your own. Drumming's not really a standalone thing. It's an accompaniment instrument. So unless you're accompanying it, just gets a little bit lame. Besides, I do drumming. I tap my fingers on the table or wherever all the time regularly. So I do keep that up. But again, it's an accompaniment thing. It's not really something that like when I had the drum set, I played on my own, but there's no inherent musical joy to drumming on its own.
Mm.
See? So the magic of it comes from being an accompaniment part of things. I did my sister a little bit. She played the piano, but it didn't last very long, and it was very difficult to actually achieve this, to get something going where it was fun. So, but yeah, just to play drums on their own, the fun goes out of it fairly quickly. But just that's for me also a little bit that uh, I do things and when I've mastered them and I've gotten as much as I can out of it, I'll move on to something else. Yeah. You know what I
I
mean?
understand.
It's just how I am. I
No,
get
no,
the max
it
out of
is
things and
actually,
then I move on.
very, very interesting because sometimes people, you do poetry, okay, and I used to do that, and then I just simply I was not doing it at all, and then suddenly when I was talking to you and that okay, it's a poem, and then you initiate that, and then it start coming out. So, but poetry is or anything else is when you once you are into this learning and growing process, everything constantly evolve.
Yeah, agree.
Choices, your creative expressions,
Yeah,
your hobbies, your likes, dislikes, everything evolves. So like, okay, what I used to like few months back, I don't have particular interest into those things anymore.
yeah,
It's not like I'm disliking them, but they are not anymore into my life with the same value. So it's once you get into this learning and growing,
exactly,
it is going to evolve and
exactly,
change everything. It's not like that I'm not pursuing it,
exactly.
because people assume that, oh, you were very good into
Yeah,
that, it must be your passion. It was not my passion, it was something, a creative expression I had. So that's why I've asked, look, why don't you like that anymore? Because
yeah,
for me it's like, duh, I used to like so many things in my life, but I don't like it
yeah.
anymore.
Same,
Like
same.
the
Yeah,
bangles thing.
yeah. You grow out of it.
Like
You
the
move
bangles
on.
thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Like I used to collect them, and I was not like really aware of how much I have collected throughout my life. And then I still like those
Yeah,
colors, but I don't have any urge to buy them at
yeah,
all. Even Amy asked me that, okay, why don't you buy some? Like it's been very long and you haven't been. And I said, I don't want to. So this is very much of awareness thing. And same, I created this mechanism for myself to do this online window shopping, not online shopping, online window
oh
shopping.
wow.
I was searching and just looking for things, and like after just 10 maximum 10 days, I start developing my own likes and dislikes. Not everything, like getting out of that newness adventure before buying. It's a really profound tool to do online window shopping. Don't buy anything, just do the window shopping. And then after a few days you will learn that how many things are not worthy enough, I don't like them, or all sort of things, and you will only buy what you really like. So this is a part of learning and growing. I have I've spent a lot of time, at least for me it was a lot of time, to do those shopping because I was completely unaware of my choices when it comes to dresses. Mama used to do that, and I was just accepting what is appropriate. Okay, it's in budget. This is the leftover. Okay, because I have to go, because it is like everybody is expecting me to wear this. I need to look this type of certain type of look. Nothing was personal. It was all about appropriateness. Okay, it's in budget. Okay, this is what mama asked. This is how it is. Okay, it was like that. So I started spending much time on this. And 90% of things which I was liking when lose their value after watching them like for 2 3 days, and that was really appropriate. That was really fun for me. So we outgrow a lot of hobbies and creative expressions also. I guess it was just your creative expression, not really a hobby. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was very good, but it's just the nature of being that age, I guess, and my immersive personality that I get into things in a very deep way.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, I mean, I put a lot of time and energy into it. And if I if I were to have the opportunity, to probably would enjoy it, but for 5 minutes maybe or something like that. Like a one-time thing. It's not. I don't know if it would be. Like certainly I wouldn't getting a set because I know after a while that set just stood there for the most part. I'd go and play on it occasionally because I kind of felt bad having it and not use. I don't know what happened to that set. I didn't sell it that I can remember. No, I think I did.
Okay, so about feeling deliberately aware of things. It could be a lot of other reasons also, but the most obvious one about the feeling because I'm paying attention to the blanket I have. Very comfortable and okay for me. It was not as soft as Amy and other people's in my house, but it was comfortable and cozy for me, and I was like having it. I'm having it like for 3 years now, or maybe three. Yeah, three for sure, or maybe four. The blanket, and now in this winter season, when I said, okay, now I need a blanket in the night, I pull it out, and suddenly I realized that it is not soft. It's okay. And actually, uh, it's a bit rough texture for me.
Oh
And
yeah.
I don't feel in this. So I said in the night, I was like, okay, throwing it out. Like, okay, no, no more, because it feels rough. That was really surprising for me because I never had this feeling before. And I, in the morning, when I discussed with Mama says, okay, change it. So we have another one, spare one, so you can take that out and use that. And then she said, and I said, okay. And but Amy said, Beena, you must celebrate this. And I said, why? She says, because I used to do that, Beena, your blanket is not really soft. And you said, no, it's a comfortable one, it's a good one. And you were not even able to notice the difference. Now you are feeling things and you are paying attention. So you feel that it is actually not really comfortable one. And I said, okay, this is really interesting because it is going with everything. It is happening with everything. I'm paying attention. What is comfortable for me and what is not. And it's a big
Wow.
awareness, self-awareness. And
That's
also not only self-awareness, but also it is putting myself on priority,
yes. Yes.
not just
Yes.
accepting things that okay, it is appropriate. No, but
Yes.
I really like blanket. Can be really good for anyone. It's a good quality. It was a good quality one. Now it's an old one, but it was a good quality. Yeah, it can be like really something good for anyone, but not for me anymore. Don't think so.
Yeah. I got to grow. Got to grow, Beena.
And this awareness is a big deal. You have to like things. Now this blanket
Yeah.
is no more fun for
Yeah.
me.
Isn't that interesting how that goes?
Yeah.
Talking about blankets, I
Yes.
do want to get the one that I have. It barely works anymore, so I want to get another one. Yeah. It's
Oh.
old one and it's got not underneath. The best ones are the ones that you put under your ground sheet, and because the heat goes up, obviously it's much better than the ones on top. So I'll get another one.
Okay. When the winter season actually starts, like the beginning of
Yeah, it's
December.
well,
Sorry.
yeah. Where I'm at, it's now. It comes late December. It starts to kick in, and then January, February, March also is colder. So yeah.
In Karachi,
We've
actually, no
had a
winter.
couple of cold nights, but now it's been raining, Beena, this whole whole week
Wow.
has been rain. They had the one night, the whole night it rained, and I saw a news report like in Phoenix, it had record rainfall for that time period. So this is yeah, so it's pretty cool. But when it rains, though, because of the cloud cover, it's not as cold. Big difference. I mean, yeah, I could even use one less blanket. Yeah, it makes a big difference. But I still want to get. I don't like getting into the cold bed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it's not
it
fun.
takes a long time to. Well, it's also inefficient from an energy point of view, and it affects the sleep. I only fall asleep
Yes.
once my heat is up, and that takes a long time. Yeah.
Mm. Mm. So in Karachi, the traditional thing is cotton quilts, like made of cotton, the fabric, and also the filling is pure cotton. So and this is was but okay. And now it's also sometimes people use polyester, also the filling inside them. But the cotton one is the most popular one for everyone. When the winter season start, officially not technically, but officially it was in December in the beginning. So Mama was going to meet someone and she saw that on a footpath or just like okay 10 minutes drive from our home on a bigger street. The whole footpath was covered with all new uh, cotton quilts and mattresses, cotton mattresses, or like clay there. The whole footpath, like covered. Mama says I was going into Uber and I was just watching that the whole line of like big, huge number. And it was all there for people whoever wants to. Just pick it up. And Mama was like, yes, like, this was really beautiful to see that. That people is still, of course, they do care about other people. And also that there is no restriction, no one to give you. You can, if you need that, have one or two or whatever you want.
Have one. Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool, Beena. Very cool. Very cool. Make me think with all this gift stuff, I'm thinking with one gift, I was thinking what other gifts that I received. The only other gifts that I can
Mhm.
remember was that the first Christmas when we moved to the middle town, to Worcester. In the one I told you about, that my mother went so crazy, and there was this whole living room full of gifts, right against the far wall, right next to Christmas. Both sides was like just all these dozens and dozens of gifts, and I was horrified at the appropriateness of this. It was overdone. And I could clearly see that my mother was, looking to that this was trying to be special and wonderful, and not really about the gifts. But anyway, in that gifts Christmas, I got a couple of gifts that I enjoyed. I got a camouflage suit, which was very cool. You know what I'm talking
Uh-huh.
about?
Uh-huh.
Camouflage clothing. With that
Yes.
in, it wasn't like in America, you go to Walmart and you can buy the standard off the rack. I mean, then it was very, wasn't commonly available. So it made it, a special thing. And I tested it. I lay on the grass. My father came home, and it was evening, early evening, and he walked right by me and did
Wow.
pretended later that he had. But yeah, that was very cool. Yeah, so it worked. It actually worked.
Yeah.
And he was fairly close. I mean, he probably walked 10 feet,
Wow.
just lying on the lawn in there. So yeah, it's perfect. He didn't see me.
That
So
was
a
really cool.
tent, a one-man tent. It was all part of the whole
Don't tell
thing.
me.
And I used,
Don't tell me. Don't tell me that you were so lucky that you had a tent when you were a kid.
yeah, but it's, a one-man tent, right? So it's just long enough for one.
Oh yes.
But I used
Oh
that
my.
tent later, Bina. Yes,
Uh,
I mean, this is a fantastic gift. I really loved it. And I used it. I slept in that tent, So I used it. I had it for a
wow.
long time. Yeah.
I had a wish to have a doll house, like that just small one room thing. But of course, I never get that.
Yeah.
But this was like really a cool thing for me. It was not possible. I don't know, because it was something maybe mama's okay out of reach or something, or maybe she didn't never care about.
Yeah.
So I used to make my own house, like, because in a very confined place, like under, we had a huge writing table. My friend actually ordered when I don't know, when we born or somewhere, he decided to have all the furniture. Okay, so we had a huge wooden writing table, especially made for us. So, but in between that, there was a place, of course, for a chair to go inside, because both sides were drawers and hiding things and trays and everything. I used to make my my home there because I need that dollhouse type of thing. But you
Yeah.
tent, which is
I
really
mean, I
cool.
think I remember two other things from that same gift collection. One was
Ah,
a machine, and it made a
ah,
sound, I think. So that was
yes,
pretty cool.
yes, yes,
And then
yes.
I'm not sure, but I think I may have got a knife, kind of like a Swiss Army type knife as well. I don't remember it clearly, but there was some tool or some gadget or something else that I got that I liked. It was pretty cool. So of all those gifts, I actually did get gifts that I actually liked and enjoyed and used. Especially the tent. Like I said, I used that tent for a long time.
Yes.
So it was a very cool gift, and even if you set up the tent in your own backyard, it doesn't matter. It's your tent, boy. So that
Of
was
course.
but now that I think of it,
Yeah.
Beena, so from the Carnarvon era, I remember my brother getting the bicycle, the chopper, and that was it. That's it. Yeah. I don't remember any gifts that I got. That's it. And then I'm thinking Worcester, the drum is the only gift that I can remember. That's it.
Ah,
That's and then in Cape Town, definitely no gifts that I even know that I got any gift. So it's really interesting how there's such an absence of gifts in
ah.
my life. I'm sure I must have
But
forgotten
this is
them. I remember the hang, but most of the gifts were, or socks.
oh yes, a
But
socks.
it just to me, what blew my mind was the utter absolute preposterousness of it. How you could be that you could possibly think this is a gift. Yeah, I don't know. It my mind, and it's not just 1 year. This was the regular thing. Yeah.
Ah, but at least okay, you have at least one thing which is like really cool. My gifts were like always uh, damaged by Farouk. I don't know. He had some strange dolls, and I just love dolls because for me they are human. Like for me they were friends, and he used to have like all the torture things for them, because he gets scared in the night when he could see that all the dolls on my bed. So
That's
in the
funny.
daytime,
Yeah.
yeah, in the daytime he used to like break legs and put them like, oh, it's our oven, and then these type of things, and it was really horrible. But okay, so uh, I never actually damaged my toys. One, really, seriously one. Always do that. So I had a big bag of dolls parts actually, like all sort of legs and hands and heads and bodies. And when I have to make one, then I have to, which one is for which one, that type of thing, the struggle. And it ruins my day for that. Like you have to make your doll.
Interesting.
For
But
me,
for
they were
I
friends.
guess for other people that may have been the fun of the doll is making your own one. Yeah.
Yeah, but for me it was like this, and then like what you are doing, for me it was
Yeah.
so saddening. So it is something, Farooq, like always do with the toys. I had to open all the mechanicals ones. He used to have all the expensive gifts, like the mechanos and the musical
Yeah, Carno set,
instruments.
and I played with that. And oh, wait a second,
I
wait
don't
a
get
second,
one.
wait a second, wait a second. I there is a gift that I remember, but did I get that for myself or did I get it as a gift? The spirograph, Beena.
What is this?
Okay, so a spirograph, I enjoyed that, and I got a lot of fun out of that for a while. But that was usual, typical gift that kids would get, like a Meccano set. I would rather have had the Meccano set, but they gave it to my brother instead of me. So
Yeah.
and given it to me rather than him, because he never really used it, but I did. But it wasn't
Oh,
mine, so I couldn't
okay,
use it as much as I
Spirograph.
would
Okay,
like to.
now I saw that.
Yeah, the
Okay.
wheels, and then you put your pencil in the hole, and then you
Yes, yes,
revolve
yes,
them
yes.
around and you draw patterns, right? So I used that a lot. I
Yeah.
played with that quite a while. And there was the other, the etch or those pads, but those were very common gifts that everybody get. They weren't really special, that stood out. But the spirograph, but I again, I must we can't imagine having acquired it for myself. So
Ah,
yeah, yeah. But that
so
that was mine actually, not someone else's. The gifts were other people's things typically.
so he always had that was my dilemma, or okay, my trauma, childhood, because he was elder, so he always ahead in the classes, also
Yeah,
in the school. So I used to get
yeah.
all his old books, new books were like, oh my god, it was like I feel like I'm I don't know, I'm a servant or some word. Like I always get old books and he always have new one. So that was the thing. So I used to the rebellious one, the behavior was that I just learned how to read very quickly. So very early actually. So whenever he get new books, like yearly thing, I used to read all the books, all his books in 1 24 hours,
How's it for
done.
you?
And that was my tease for him, because okay, I already
You already read them.
this that was
Yeah. Funny.
so. And he was a son, so all my relatives, not my father, not my mother, they never make any discrimination into that. But
Yeah.
some relatives, like they used to all the sports things for him, sports goods, like all the cricket bat, okay, for Farooq, the football for Farooq, and everything for. And of course you can share, the cycle was Farooq, and musical instruments for Farooq. It was a big deal, of course, like having a brass flute is still we have, banjo or no more, because we lost a lot of goods, a lot of stuff in shifting and all the situation. But we had a very detailed house, so it was like we had everything.
Oh,
And something like always a
yeah.
thing for me. But instead of making it a situation for myself, I just learned to do things by my own.
Same,
I
same,
never
same.
actually complained, and also I never asked for anything.
Yeah.
So instead, I just, because
Yeah.
the starship thing. Okay, so we just learn how to build our own starship every afternoon, like taking down huge things from the roof terrace into our house, and then building our ship. And then I used to have like this logbook and making tracks, and Farooq is a captain, and all afternoon we are doing this.
You know, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And then
No, no,
sorry, no, and then Mona was the cutest one. So, and she was younger than me, then everybody like start saying, oh, she's a cute one. So here's the thing for her, here's the thing for her. So I was the ugly duckling.
uh,
And also that awareness was a trauma for me.
Yeah.
Awareness was
Yeah.
really trouble for me because you don't so that was really intimidating, as you shared with me. You actually shared this perspective that Beena, it was not only looks, it was your
Yeah.
awareness which
Yeah.
was intimidating for me. So okay, so and then I said, okay, now I understand were treating me as an adult or
Yeah.
equal to them at least. If I don't know they were adults or not, mature ones or not, but at least I'm equal to them. uh, but with Mona, they were all, she's so cute, she's a kid, she's a this and all that. Who was and Farouk was the of course it was like um virtually he becomes a head of the
Yeah.
family,
Yeah.
of course. So that was the thing. And then uh, Lubna and Amy, so they all were like, oh, they and then of course Lubna was in a different situation. So everything was different. I was not able to understand why this is with me. And these things were not really cruel ones, so I can like really complain about it. No, nothing was cruel, nothing was, but of course important for me. And that is something like you don't forget throughout your life. But now I'm happy with this. I'm
But
happy with this. That's why the identity crisis also, like writing my name. Yeah, writing my name everywhere, on everything, on my
That's
knees, on
wow.
my leg, on
Wow.
my arms, on anyone sitting next to
And
me,
there's
on their clothes.
not one single graft writing.
No, no. Oh, we lost a lot of things there.
Yeah.
On doors, on furniture, on car seats, uh, on plates, on tables, everywhere.
But the
Like
thing is,
everything you
whatever
could
you
say.
were trying to accomplish, you obviously didn't. At least not for the
Ah,
longest time, because she kept doing it
yes,
over and over again.
yes. And it mama had to like really check me before going outside, that do I have a pencil in my hand or something.
Wow. Wow. Impressive.
I used to hide
Yeah.
pencils, and I have pencils under my bed and chalks. And then okay, and of course
Yeah.
they were taking it away. And I start using my hairpins and clips. Oh, horrible
So,
one.
and now what were you trying to achieve?
I was trying to take like, okay, of course, I was trying to claim my space in this world. Like, where am I? I'm the middle one here, and of course, the oxymoron thing, the lack of clarity from my side was I was aware of so many things, but I was insisting on to treat me, to have a treatment
Yes.
as a child. This was something very of course not logical
Got
from my side. I was aware I had to get rid of this to be treated
Yeah.
as a child, which I get involved with because of Mona and my other sisters. Because okay, oh, now so they are wrong and I'm the one who is responsible and I'm the one who is aware. So why with me like this? So it was my lack of awareness in this regard, that I was not able to understand that okay, it is what it is, and Beena, accept it and just be happy with it. No, I was trying to get
Yeah.
everything.
And that somewhat answers the question, Bina. You know, if
Yeah,
you're trying to achieve something that's inherently contradictory, you of course never can.
of course, of course. So it was. I was trying to be like treated as a child, but I was not in a child mindset.
Yeah.
So how can other people could treat me like that? I was aware of it.
Yeah.
I was
And
aware of so many things.
most children want to be treated as adults, not as children. children.
Yeah, but in my case, it was a different. I was insisting
Yeah,
on, okay, not verbally, not verbally, but of course, in my mindset, I was insisting. I also deserve to be treated as a child. I want to have all those privileges. I want to have all those. Okay, no responsibility, like carefreeness. Yeah.
Right.
So I was indulgent to that living oxymoron things. Then I started living independently. Okay, then I think quickly. So I'm not going to ask my mother for this help. I'm just going to just be my own, and then this is how it all developed. Communication with my mother
Yeah.
was always like that. And then she start. Of course, she always trust me, and she trusts me and everything. And I become like her friend instead of being a daughter. And then of course now time I'm changing things, deliberately changing things, changing roles, because she's a mother. I cannot snatch from her. I cannot. And of course I cannot uh, mm, discriminate myself also, that I am a daughter and I have to I have to be in this role. I cannot be in a controlling situation by
Yeah.
any, no matter how subtle it is. So that's why I just start changing my role, and I said, okay, so whatever she is doing, I'm just going to just, of course, it's her choice. Of course, I'm going to ask her, and asking for help becomes a huge deal for me throughout my life. And now I am going to ask for help, and I will ask her to please do this for me. And that was, and I need something. Oh my God, that was the most horrible thing for me to do that.
What did you ask for exactly?
Okay, I did it twice deliberately. First, I tried, and it was like, no, it was about my vitamins. I said, okay, Mama, I need my vitamins. And she says, so why don't you order? Because for her, it was something like, I'm always able to do
Like a
that.
grocery.
Okay,
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, like, okay, you are doing this, so why you are saying so? She was not, it was not registered.
Yeah.
I'm asking her to do something about it. And then the second time, it was a fail. It was a fail plan. And I said, okay, next time it was again. And I asked Mama that, Mama, I need your help because I don't have time. So will you please do this shopping for me? I need. And then, okay. And then she bought things, and it was really good for me. And but she was surprised that I asked her. And then I start asking her for things gradually. I was very awkward and uncomfortable in the beginning, but I'm getting
Wow.
comfortable
Yeah, because
now
they're not a big deal. I
because
mean, they're very
I
small things
can.
to ask. I thought it was some big ask, but it's like really a very tiny little ask. Big deal at
That's
all.
it was for me.
Yeah,
It was a
yeah, I
big
understand.
deal
It's
because
relative.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
completely in a
yeah,
different mindset. For me, it's like, duh, I can do this. Now, of course, I have to do, and I can. But I was just snatching his. So I was just snatching her.
Well, so you believe
How
at
did
least. Yeah.
this? It's like it vibe. Like it was. I
Yeah.
was crossing my boundaries. This is something like she likes to do, and she wants to do, and she have to do. Okay, I'm just using all these terms. So it
Hmm.
is her part. So I said, okay. And also for me, not get indulge into an ego thing that, okay, I'm not going to ask anything. I am like independent, so I can do everything. Like I will arrange everything. I'm not going to ask. It was an ego also involved. So I said, okay, I'm going to ask for help. And I asking, and I just simply refuse to do a lot of things. But okay, if I don't like to do, I'm not going to continue. That was a big deal for me. No matter how much stress I was in, I
Yeah.
never.
And did you succeed in that, Beena?
Yeah, Yes.
Oh, very good.
Yes. I'm doing it. I'm doing it big time. And I said, no, I'm not doing. I don't like it. I start practicing with my food choices. I
Oh, very good.
was
Yeah.
I was not really into what I really like to eat. Uh, I was just after like this banana smoothie, I just simply quit that, and that was the only. All other things were okay. Whatever is appropriate, whatever is not going to burden anyone, of course, and whatever is under budget, available, all sort of
Yeah.
things, but not like okay, I really want to eat something. For me, it was not a thing. And I forgot, I was completely forgetting what I really like. And it was like, oh, what was the last time I really like had that thing that, oh, I really want to eat this thing. And it was completely blank. I didn't even a memory of it. Then I start asking myself first thing in the morning, what do you want to do? Water, tea, coffee, smoothie, what? And then I started deliberately asking question again and again and again about my choices. Of most getting any answer. And I was ending up with having tea with my family. And then I said, no, I'm going to just keep doing it until I will start getting answers. So the major breakthrough was when I went outside with my family. So everybody was drinking tea, and I said, maybe I want to try something else. And they said, okay, so what do you want? Okay, I want iced latte. And that was something
Ah,
I would,
cool.
yeah, yeah. And I said, okay, this is what I want to have. It was not like I was looking at how expensive it is. I was not looking at like everybody wants to have something or not. I didn't think about it. I just that was a simple thing that I want to try this. I want to have that. And that is something. It was a major breakthrough.
Well,
Still not 100%, but I'm
yeah,
working
that's
on
the
it.
magic, Beena. That's the magic. So
We
what gifts did you
we
want?
what gifts I want?
Yeah, because when you, I don't know, you said something about like, or no, you asked me now, do I want a drum set or drum or whatever?
Yes,
And
yes.
it made me think about gifts. I never really wanted. I think the camouflage suit and the tent, I may have wanted beforehand. I vaguely remember, but I had a strong want for a gift because if I get it, I never expected to get gifts in the first place. They were always truly gifts. So get them, it was never a problem. Never. It was never an issue. I never expected them in the first place. So I never when I want things, Bina, I found a way to get it myself.
That is the problem
So
with people with awareness. Okay, I was not aware like you, but still I just learned to not want anything. I
yeah.
was not that creative.
It makes me a bit sad to think of it, strangely enough, because I like me as a child, I feel like the sadness of it comes from there's such a waste involved that in that bubbleness, there's no creativity. And that this mindset and awareness, there was no ability for me even to appreciate it because I was in my,
Yeah,
not a waste in my child.
yeah.
Anyway, so turned out good, I guess, in the end.
Because you were aware, so you learned how to get things if you really need or want. I believe that it was all need, not wants. But for me, it was like I just simply quit
Yeah.
wanting things. I just learn how to be adjust with whatever is available.
Yeah.
And then this is
Yeah,
how
same
this
here.
people
Yeah.
pleasing also.
Also just learn to make do with them, yeah. Which if you do that, you lower your standards.
Exactly. Exactly. And then, of course, it's with the subtle ego, as Erika was mentioning about her, was also into that. Like, okay, yes, okay, I'm not sure exactly that it was a subtle ego, but okay, I can adjust and I can survive and I can live
Yeah.
without anything at all.
Yeah. I mean, in a
And
way,
it's
it's
like,
kind of a devaluation of self, yes?
yes, exactly. And this is something like, of course, I'm working on it and ask for because it is connected to everything. It is connecting to receiving also, being receptive also. Both are different, of course, that receiving and of course being receptive. Uh, it's all about like, okay, what I really want, not like no involved into that, no rationalization, no logical thing, nothing, no appropriateness. What I really want to do, okay, maybe just my coffee today, how I want it. Maybe today I just don't want a black coffee. Okay, today I want, okay, how much milk? I really want. So
Yeah.
I just start giving this deliberate preference to small things in my. This is how I learned this blanket is not comfortable anymore.
Yeah.
Of course, it was never been, but I was completely ignorant to. I was not feeling that uncomfort from this. And I'm not lying, I'm not exaggerating at all. It was physically implemented in my body that I don't care about things. I don't feel things. It was physically imprinted in my body. So I was not feeling the roughness of this blanket. Able to. And that's a big
Wow. Wow. Interesting. Now, there on the other hand, in terms of when I was doing my own things, like my food the way I wanted, my bed the way I wanted, those things that I paid a lot of attention to and became very skilled in the limited resources. I found a way to make it comfortable.
I know that this is how I was also doing. Like, okay, I quite, okay, at least in my circle, I'm famous for my cooking skills. And I never like, okay, really fuss about like, oh, I need this also, this also, whatever is available. This is not something like, of course, it is not like something with lesser value. No, what I'm not trying to adjust at all, and just ask yourself what I really want. No matter we can get it right, just being aware of without any excuse, without any limitation, without any hesitation. Just I really want.
It's more about the
This
awareness,
is the
Beena.
biggest.
It's more about the
No,
awareness that it is okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
Not trying to adjust ourselves, not trying to
Right.
accommodate ourselves
That
with the
wanting is
lesser
something
thing.
that is, it's okay to want stuff, okay to get stuff you want.
Hmm.
It's a big
Yes,
psychology right there.
exactly. This awareness is, at least I of course, for myself, I'm pretty sure that this is something I'm working on it. I also feel that, okay, it's a good thing to try. Be aware what I really want. Okay, I cannot get it, or this is, it's another question, but I need to be aware, and this is part of self-respect also. What I was.
Yeah, we don't think that we're worthy of getting gifts.
Exactly. Exactly.
Not as a deliberate thing, but as an inadvertent consequence. consequence. Yeah,
Yes.
very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Makes me think, Beena.
Mm.
I can't complain about my childhood. I didn't not have fun. I wanted to grow up as soon as possible. Yes. To not be a child. I was acutely aware of the limitations of being a child, and the type of conversation we have now. I tried very hard to have those, but struggled. Even when I left school, like when I was at university and after school, in that era. And then, during the restaurant, there was no real time for socializing, I hung out with Andre. We'd go around to his place sometimes, it by way of social interaction, and then the people would come and go there in his place. But none of this type of conversation. When I was in the army and during university and in high school to some extent as well, when did Andre move? Either when I was university or army, he moved to to Cape Town. It was in Worcester. So I'd have good conversations with him, but it was always about his stuff. They were basically uh, way of
Uh-huh.
mostly on strategy, how to improve his job, how to deal with women and stuff
Uh-huh.
like this. Um, yeah. So, but nothing really. Yes, it was interesting and
Mhm.
fun for me, but it was very
Yes.
one-sided. You know what I mean? No real exploration as such. And the same thing with Olivia. I tried to have that where you build stuff together, where it's not just me sharing my ideas and that's what it defaulted to. Where it's real discussion, where you get inside something and you explore it and you learn from it and you grow it. So it's only now, with Wave Impeccability that this has really become something, uh, which is rather interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know. I jumped a little bit in topic there. I was just saying about my childhood. That
Mhm.
the ways to keep myself busy and amused. I mean, I was beside reading, I did lots of other stuff. Like playing on the with the drumstick stuff. So I still found lots of time to read, but I still got time to do other stuff too. And the various different sports and stuff like that. But still, in terms of I wanted to grow older because I always tried to interact with it a little bit. I did, but it was very limited, because I understood the limitations involved.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to eat something and I'm coming back
All
in
right,
10
very
minutes.
good, Beena. Very good
Okay.
indeed. Oh, oh, excuse me. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Mm. Oh, I stopped recording here. Especially making faces.
Yeah, but before that, the whole program is on videos will be available only not in group, and also the group is private.
Oh, this was the actual program, not just a random live. Oh, I didn't know she was doing it on the Sunday. Ah, okay.
Because it is going to be like, okay, every alternate day we are going to do a live session, but it is going to only be recording will be available on Teachable, be on Zoom only, no more
Yeah.
availability like this.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Ah, what were you saying before, Beena?
Impeccability and appropriateness.
Yeah, give me a
So
recap.
we were discussing about appropriateness and impeccability. And for me, this was in this regard, the huge moment of what comes at the top. Okay, not first or last, but just at the top. So it was like always a question for me, what is or impeccability? But I never get the clarity. What is actually more profound? I don't know how to say that, but question what comes in that in the sequence, what comes first and what comes later.
Mm.
And now to that, of course, impeccability is the so far the most highest point in the mind map also, and in the way of being. So impeccability is the right now at this moment for me with this awareness. Why? Because appropriateness, as you said in your words, subjective, and also that we adjust things. Appropriateness, but it depends on circumstances and situations and our choices, and we are more
And our
empowered in
goals
that.
and objectives and motives.
Yes, and we are more empowered here because we can exclude anything or anyone into this or any context when we are considering appropriateness. When we consider appropriateness, we can do this according to appropriateness. Okay, it's not your time, okay, no problem, but it is for good for other people and for other things, so we can do that. And this is, of course, it's very tool. But when it comes to impeccability, you cannot just exclude anything or anyone, even yourself, into that. It's a way of being where you consider yourself as an independent entity, human. You cannot just exclude yourself from for the sake of being appropriate and for other people and for other things or for
Exactly.
other perspectives. When it comes to impeccability, you have to consider yourself because it is
Yes.
about giving you respect, and
Yes.
you cannot exclude any respect, anyone or anything into that. So impeccability is a more wholesome tool which have all these to it, like appropriateness, and you can use all other tools into that, of course, according to the choice and with the help of appropriateness.
Appropriate.
But it includes everything into ability. It's a domain of impeccability where every other perspective and other tools exist in. So this is a profound awareness for me, and I feel like wow, because I was living and also that the other thing that once we start living with appropriateness, for me at least, it becomes a default automatic. It was like my nature to consider, to make my choice according to appropriateness. Of course it was capitalist, but it was according to that. And most of the time I was not even deliberate in that. It becomes really default. And I just choose to be like, okay, this is what is appropriate right now. But way of impeccability leverage all the perspective and everything also, that it is not about just choosing and being affected or influenced by any circumstances or situation, but just be. And this freedom you can only get when you are impeccable. And this is the next level.
And that's why it's called the way of impeccability, not the way of
Yes.
appropriateness.
Yes.
Yeah. Even though appropriateness is the bigger overall, and it is appropriate to be impeccable, obviously, right? But it's so much easier and more direct to connect to the impeccability in our day-to-day actions. Appropriateness takes a lot more effort and because to it. And also there's a lot of uncertainty in appropriateness because we don't always know everything that's involved. But impeccability, this is very easy to determine.
Yes.
Not necessarily easy to apply, but certainly easy to determine. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
very,
the
very.
most profound awareness about this thing is impeccability actually leverage your I don't know how to say that, re-articulate this. Impeccability ensures us to include all the possible available perspectives and things and people into that and to consideration. Yes. Yes. Okay. Not just any pick and choose, even if it seems like on surface that it is not relevant, or even if it is like, okay, we can put it aside, we can choose. Still, impeccability ensures that every possibly available must be included. This is the this is what impeccability ensures us. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I will write it again.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we won't necessarily always get, well, you said available perspectives. I mean, maybe perspective, but we'll certainly make the effort to do so.
Yes.
And in making that effort, it reduces of error, of mistake, of indulgence, of nonsense. And so in impeccability, we always check our motives. Yes. So I might not always make the right decision, but I'll never make a decision based on motivation or unjustifiable, right? So when you're impeccable and you are making a decision, and this is what impeccability is, in making choices, being aware, acting in a way that's deliberate. Yes. When you do that, it is a safeguard against behaving inappropriately, inadvertently, because you're certainly not going to do it deliberately. So it moves the deliberate and it reduces the inappropriate. So it's a massive, massive mechanism. It's very, very powerful.
Yes.
It enhances us, in other words. Impact.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is the magic when now you look at it in the context of attunement. Yes, it's all about the and enhancement of awareness. I choose those two terms very particularly, right? Because to develop it is to grow it and enlarge it, expand it, and so on. But to enhance it, this is a whole different thing. You can take whatever awareness you have. Yes. Like when you get, you're watching TV and you watch it in HD, you're seeing the same movie, but it's now enhanced. Yes. So that's the same thing, with enhancing our awareness. Things like discernment, obviously, capital D diplomacy, all of these things, they enhance awareness. Capital H hearing, this is enhanced application and usage of awareness. Yes.
Yes.
You are doing more with the awareness you have. You aren't necessarily more aware, right? Which is or developing your awareness, growing it, learning it, but you are using it more efficiently, more effectively. Yes. I mean, one could make the argument that your subconscious is kind of aware of everything
Yes.
already, no? Yeah. Maybe not in a wisdom sense, but certainly in a perceptual sense,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. But how much do we extract from our awareness that we are already aware of? Most people, not very
Yes.
much. Yeah. But in enhanced awareness, you get more,
Absolutely.
right? And, like my mother and the drug,
Yes.
limited awareness,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
They thought about it, okay. Well, I guess they had to know how a snare
Yeah,
drum works.
really, seriously, sir. This is, I don't know, it's amusing and also like really you want
Oh,
to
it is. Oh, it is.
like
And
really
and you know what makes it so
yeah.
magical was your joke.
Like seriously, come on. Or like you want to be like really, really high educated, sophisticated, want to like give, provide everything what your child wants. And then you end up with this thing. Come on, seriously, mom.
You have a gift that you cannot use. It's fascinating. Or at least not for what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. So this is kind of like
But you know what fascinates me is whoever gave him the drum didn't say, but you need a stand for
yeah.
this. Never really thought of that before, but when you think of a little bit more, like, well, maybe they said, yeah, but we'll get that later or something. I don't know, whatever the reason was.
Mm.
Yeah, expense, but yeah. I don't know what I did with that snare drum. Up or in any way. So I must have gotten a stand fairly soon for it somehow. But it's fascinating to me that I have absolutely no recollection of and how I came to get it. I don't remember going to a place where they sold musical instruments, nothing. I don't even know if there was such a place in the town. I can't recall now where they would even have bought it. Must have been somewhere because the school had the musical instruments. I knew of kids that did own them. At least I knew of them. I didn't then at that time, I don't think. But still, anyway, it just the whole thing was just a magical story at the right time with your joke. It's too funny.
Yeah. But okay. I'm gonna
Back
focus
to
more
the
on that. That
applicability. Yeah.
at least it was an intent, and of course it was trying to be okay.
Correct.
Not in
Correct.
an appropriate way, but okay, at least they were trying to. Okay,
Yeah, but
I'm going
again,
to
we have to
focus.
be very careful, right? From my uncle's point of view,
Mm.
I would sort of assume some genuine intent.
Genuineness. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, i- i- at least this is how I always understood him to be. Now, there may be another side to him that changes the whole ball game, but that's a different story.
Mm.
However, on my mother's side, uh, her intents were seldom to make happy. It was doing the right thing in terms of what you should do and supposed to be. And like a gift like this, at giving me what I want, it's geared to progressing me on my path of ambition and fulfillment of ambition. Yeah, and ambition, not necessarily mine, but hers.
Mm.
Right. So everything she did was geared towards, at least particularly with me, geared towards okay, this will help him improve. This will help him be better. This will help him be more, etc., etc. Help him be special, in other words. And
Why
that
she was
specialness
okay,
now,
okay, so why she was doing that? Like, was she able to see your
that's what I'm
moreness?
saying. Right. So right. That specialness that then becomes something that she gets a benefit from. If I do well at school, she gets the benefit, necessarily me. Yes, it's beneficial for me, but not in her mind. It wasn't important that I do well for myself. It was important for her
Yes, but I'm trying to understand.
that she looks good.
Trying to understand that why she choose. Okay, she was seeing able to see your
Oh,
abilities. And okay, yes, he can be really useful for me.
yes. I was always from the beginning kind of the golden child in a
Yeah.
way. You know, the at least I was the smart one of the children.
Yes.
Brother was, but they treated me as the intelligent one.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean they recognized it from very early on. Rather interesting to me what criteria they applied. Yes, I did well at school, but it wasn't just from that. You know, I asked and did things and was but
Mm.
thoughtful, and I suppose they recognized it from that.
Yes. Because
Yeah,
this is very important.
absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So, you know, so again, you know, our first two children didn't quite make the grade in terms of expectations, you know. And I guess for my father too, which of course has a profound effect on the first two children, right? Um, at that age already, you know, but it was even earlier than that, um, because my father had it too. They definitely treated me as being intelligent, and you know, may even have said so. Um, and I was that they thought I was intelligent. I was aware that they thought I was more intelligent than the other
Yes.
siblings,
This is what was.
which I didn't put much into. I have to say, Beena, truly, and I'm pleased to say that now. I never ever took this as of
Oh no,
superiority or
no, no,
anything
no.
like that.
This is the.
No, I could easily have in my innocence.
No, but you are not. This is something I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure about this.
yeah. But it's still surprising to me to
This
some
was
extent. That
actually this is okay. Now you actually hit that point because they were sensing, they were feeling, they were understanding that, and you have this capacity, so they were trying to do that, but they were also aware of this fact that you are not. This is something very profound, and that was the thing for me at least. Like your mother, that's how she start treat, like okay, you were able to make decisions, and of course you become responsible one, and then you learn appropriateness in a very interesting way in every aspect of your life. You learned that because of that, and she was aware that you are into that this normal criteria.
yeah,
Not only because okay, she has that awareness to understand there because the first one, awareness, you cannot hide it. It's even worse than love and sneeze. You cannot hide this. If you are aware, it is going to make everyone aware of it. It is worse to say that, oh, you cannot hide love and sneeze and all these. No, but awareness, once you are aware, everybody is going to be aware of it. They might not awareness, but they will be aware of your awareness for sure. So this was something like you were emitting the light. Every you were trying to hide yourself. You were emitting light, and everybody can see that. So that was the thing. And then she was planning to of an acid. Also, that there are some like scientific reason for that. That no matter how aware your mothers are, still the physical connection to them is very strong. They somehow get this understanding. And they sometimes they are very manipulative, so they use it in a very mean way, sorry to say, but still
Yeah. Yeah.
you cannot exclude that they are aware of it. They know. They know.
Yeah. Beena, do me a favor real quick, please.
Yes.
Will you turn your video on? I want to see if I can turn it off. Norma asked if I can turn it off. And I said, yes, I'm pretty sure I can.
You can.
I know I can't turn it. Oh, I can't on. I can ask you to start your video. Yes, I can't turn it on if it's off.
Okay.
I can mute you, whether
Okay.
you want me or not.
I'm turning it on. I'm coming here
Oh,
because I was there.
I just want to make sure because she's got this big hang up about being seen. Why? I don't know.
Oh,
Really.
okay. Good.
Uh,
And then she
I mean,
don't
not
know
only
how
don't
to.
I care what you look like, I do like what you look like, Norma. I told her, but no, anyway.
Okay, I need to. Okay, no matter how weird I'm looking. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to look at what you
No,
look
you
like.
have
I'm just going, well,
to because it's the scene.
no, I'm just, the moment your video comes on, I'm going to click on the three dots and turn it off. So, oh, there you are. Okay. See, I'm three dots of video.
Okay.
There, so I can put it off. All right. Okay. You didn't have to do
Okay.
anything,
Yes.
right? Okay.
I can't do
It didn't
anything.
ask, it didn't mention or anything,
no.
yeah?
And I cannot turn it on because you cannot start video because the host has.
Oh, so once I turn it off, you can't turn it on. Oh, wow. Okay. Listen again.
Yes. So now you gave me that option back. It was not
Yeah,
possible.
which that's interesting that it removes the option for you.
So
Beena also, she said she put a photo on and I couldn't figure out on the phone the photo.
her photo.
The profile picture, diamond picture.
On Zoom you are talking about, yes?
Yeah. But I know how to do it on the computer, but on the phone, I'm doing that.
I never use. Okay,
Yeah,
I am not
yeah.
using
Yeah.
Zoom.
Well, I know
phone.
you also did it via the app computer
Yes.
when you logged in as me.
Yes,
But
yes.
but how you do this on the phone? I thought surely I must be able to change it on the phone because she got this idea that she changed it, but she may be getting confused between Facebook and Zoom. I don't know. She
Okay.
didn't have a profile photo when she was on. All right. Anyway, I as long as she gets sorted, she just has to come a few times, and her daughter's going to help her, but more with it. But come regularly enough so she forgets. It's not entrenched. Anyhow,
She is using a different app like Zoom Mobile. She's using.
yeah, but so am I. But
No,
I can't
she.
figure.
I'm just asking you. She is using Android or she's using mobile app. Zoom mobile app.
Oh, you mean from a computer? No, she's on a phone. I don't know if it's an Android or an iPhone. This I don't know.
Okay, so how to change your profile picture in Zoom Android and how to change the Zoom profile picture on iPhone. So,
Yeah, I don't know which one she has, but how to do it on Android.
okay, so on Android we can go and see.
Oh, don't worry
Let's
about
say
it. It doesn't matter.
Okay, tap the setting option in the bottom right corner. Then tap your account name at the top of the screen. Tap choose. That's it.
Yeah, but when they say log into your account, I think they mean on the website. Yeah, they do. They do. To go on a browser window, you have to go to zoom.us. Yeah. You can't directly.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I tap on the three dots, right? I don't have that option. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Let me make you big. Oh, the banyan. Wow, that's a nice banyan leaf, Beena.
Okay, so yes.
And hang on. What was the thing around it?
Oh, it's
Ah, you said yes. You said yes.
I guess.
Ah, interesting. So the banyan and the yin yang.
Yes.
Oh,
And have I showed you
impressive.
that heart in my old
No.
also not profile, my yearly drawing?
Well, maybe well, I don't remember it offhand now. Yeah.
Back with me, and I'm going to show you. Can you see that?
Hang on. No. Oh, yes. Yeah. That looks like a bit of the banyan leaf, and yeah, in a way.
Okay.
I saw mess, Beena.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So nice.
Okay, so now I knew that to share this picture of Santa about the drum set, and he shared that. It was like duh. Okay.
All right. Very cool. Very cool, Beena. So the sacred nights, is this the same thing as last
Yes,
year's
yes.
drawing of the year, the month?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're going to be doing a different month each
Yes.
session, yeah?
This is
Ah,
how we are going. This time it is a bit more organized because Frauka is more structured. You can say that she's using teacher will be available. All the meditations recordings will be available there, and some other things. But and everything is very. So this is something.
at least we hope.
It is so far.
Yeah.
So far it is good. So we'll see. We will see. Yesterday I went through all these. There was something missing, and I said, Rauka, this is not working. And remember, I told you that I was not able to look for any videos available on Teachable.
Yeah, and what
Yeah.
happened? You weren't logged in,
Yeah.
yes?
And I said, I'm doing everything. I'm doing everything. But it was not available actually. I said, Beena, how it is going to be possible? You can see all my payments and everything. And I said, yes, but no videos, nothing. And she, okay.
In
Of
Beena?
course, yes. So I was there and everything was, but then now and then one text was missing. So I told Frauka that text is missing there. And she says, Beena, I forgot what I wrote. And I must be sent it to me via email. And she said, oh, yes. So then she typed it again. And the other one,
And then she says, okay, now, so it's displaying. So it was not 100% efficiently working, but it is working.
That's why you
Participants are,
test things, Beena. That's why you
yes,
test
so
things.
this is,
And don't assume
yeah,
they're
so
going to
this is
work
what,
the way they're supposed to. You're always testing.
this is what I, all these
Yeah,
things. So
yeah.
I'm going
It's very
there, and when I
important.
check,
It's
yeah, so
very
when I checked there, so I found like 2-3 things missing there, and then she
Just
found,
look
but
from
she says
her
that, okay,
point of view. It was like, but how is it possible you can't see it? It made no
yeah,
sense to
yes,
her. Yeah, and then you don't want to be sorting this with a client or a paying customer.
no.
This is no good. So yeah, it's very important what you do.
So
In other
this is something, she says, okay, now we are going to do that. So today was, it was a good experience. Again, the client, one of the participant, okay, I'm using the word, same word. Uh, she said, okay, I'm not going to come videos, and I'm going to do it by myself because I don't have time. It's a very busy time of the year. And also,
yeah.
so yesterday, Frauka said, because she already paid. So Frauka said, okay, you haven't opened that email I have sent you. So please check it. And she says, sit with Frauka. And she says, as you know, I have a family and I have this and that. I said, oh my God, she's
Sorry, what's
feeling
the?
that.
Oh, I missed that.
Frauka just sent her a reminder that today's meditation and other things are available, videos, and you haven't opened, there's a link of it. So, and she was like, oh my God. And Frauka says, okay, can we talk a bit? And then she came on Zoom. Her first layout, like all the circles in the part, and you cannot imagine how weird it was. And that how subconscious mind connects with with this type of things. So I was like, oh my God. And Frauka says, Beena,
Sorry. I can't imagine how weird this woman's drawing
yes,
was.
this first layout, this type of thing.
Wow.
It is not about the circle positions because she have all the circles above and other, or okay, it is up to her. But she did other things into that, and I was like, I cannot tell you like verbally what it was. And I was like, oh my God. And Frauka says, Beena, exactly the same response. Oh my God. And I said, okay, but I tried to compose myself and I said, okay, so what do you think of it? And then she said, okay. And so she told her that this is not the way to do things. So, okay, now she is growing. So sometimes, like, at least you are doing something, your time, you're investing your money, already invested, and you are doing something which is going to be a constant message as you are paying a hang on your walls is a different thing, because you cannot have a wrong message continuously, wrong energy continuously giving you. And this is the same thing with this drawing. You cannot have something like really weird. So you need to have more clarity about this. Like, okay.
So in what way was the woman's drawing weird?
Let me try. I will show you how it looked like. Let me try.
That's quite fascinating. Yeah? That's quite fascinating.
What?
It's quite fascinating that her drawings were weird, because obviously the woman's a bit weird. See this now. I don't know if it's just coincidental or if there's something about the process that is potentially revealing.
Did you see that? It's very much lesser chaotic, and she was not clear what.
Let me see again. Is that what she drew like that? Wow.
Like these were the months.
Oh, she did the whole year in one go, which is inappropriate, right? Not what.
It is not inappropriate. It was like the
Oh.
task was to lay out first circles, empty circles, where you want to have that. And then to take
Where's
some.
yours? Where's your layout? It's just all white.
No, it's with pencil right now.
Oh, yeah, I see it now. So, oh, you know what? Couldn't even now. It was very hard to see because it's very faint.
Yeah, because
So when you showed me earlier, I saw the blankness.
yeah,
Blank.
because
So I was wondering.
because I just draw some my circles with pencil, because maybe I will change the position. Maybe I start to. So I just let it go with the flow. Like, okay, today I'm going to draw my February drawing, and I will see that which one I will choose as a February. So I will move on to, and maybe I will
The line. Then
change.
you'll do the line. Yeah.
So, but
Wow, very interesting, Beena. Very interesting.
sometimes, like, okay, these are powerful not because of all the woo-woo thing, but because of your intent. There's in the constant loop of reminder of your intent, so they become more powerful, and also your conscious is something like you are having a message, something is happening, and you are putting attention and energy into it. So it's not a woo thing. It's not a woo thing. It's just playing with your intuition and see how it feels.
Yeah.
One of Willie, she herself a coach. I don't know what she do, but okay, she is also. And she says that at the black thing going on in my drawing, touching every circle. She says that I somehow draw that in a way that, okay, it is progressing, and then suddenly it was a dip and then going back again. And she says that.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Norma. Yes, Norma. Yes, Norma. Can you hear us, Norma? Can you hear us, Norma?
Our audio is connecting.
Yeah. So in case you can hear me or read, you've got to tap on the audio to join audio and accept. So you got to tap twice, Norma, on the audio.
It is connected, I guess, now.
No, X next to it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you've got the connection yet, Norma. No, video is off. No, there's no audio yet. No. So, Norma, on the Zoom screen, to bring up the controls at the bottom, and then in the very bottom left-hand corner, it will say join audio, and then it will give you a little screen that will says join with Wi-Fi or cellular, and you have to tap on that.
Audio is not connected. She cannot hear you.
The transcript.
Okay. I cannot see the transcript.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay, so only you can see it.
No, it should be enabled for everybody.
It's not for me.
Okay, how about now?
No.
Can you see it now? I don't know, maybe you put it off then. I don't know.
Okay, live transcript. Me.
All right. Live
Okay, show subtitle. Okay. Now. Yes, I can see now.
Norma saw it earlier when she came on. Yeah.
Hello, Norma.
So she just forgets this all the time. So Norma, check again, right? You have to enable the audio. So tap on the screen, anywhere on the Zoom screen, it will bring up the controls. And on those controls at the bottom, you'll see in the left-hand corner, it'll actually say join audio over an icon of, I think, a headset icon. You tap on that, and then it'll bring up a little screen, and only tap once, and then it'll bring up another screen that says Wi-Fi or cell, and then you listen, and then it joins you. But right now, there's no audio and no video, which
Can
want.
you ask her, like give her an option to unmute yourself or connect something?
No, unfortunately not. It doesn't give me that option. It says ask to start.
She dropped again.
Let's see, yeah. It doesn't give a thing to audio.
There she is.
This
There she
fascinates
is.
me. Oh, good, Norma. Now try it. Tap on the. Let me. Hang on, Beena. Hang on. See, I also worry that maybe Norma's fingers are curling over and it prevents the thing. So, she's tapped accident. But I think it's just she's going too slowly and she's looking for the audio. She's looking for that button, but not realizing that she has to screen to bring it up, right? So watch, Norma. Watch. See, that's the controls, right? See? Now, watch when I tap the screen. See, it changes. And now the audio, let's see, where's the audio? You see, that's the audio, little microphone. See, okay, from Norma.
Okay, help. You can change the setting for the participant to join with audio.
Where? Are you seeing that I can do this?
No, I'm asking you, can you do?
No,
I think
not that
you
I know of.
can.
What's that?
Yeah, I think you can.
Wow, settings and see.
If it is possible, that will be really helpful for you.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen this. I mean, I'm going to the app that's on my desktop, the one where you click join meeting or return to meeting or schedule all that. And I'll go to advanced options. Otherwise, I would no. You can set a computer. I don't know how to do this on the phone. You'll have to go to the website again. But no, I'm pretty sure I looked for this before already. Yeah.
Okay, and one thing you can do. Okay, one thing you can do next time before coming here or when she's here, you can ask her to change her settings and make it on default, connecting audio automatically.
Say that again now.
You can help her to change and like.
Yeah, but it's on the phone. I don't know how to do this on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. I do it on the computer, but not I do it on the phone. Yeah. And it's automatically join audio by computer when joining a meeting. I see. I don't have it. You know. I don't know. It's odd. I truly think it's the way Norma's holding the phone. It's preventing her from doing, I think her fingers glove or
So
something. She did it before, and now
just place her phone.
she said she
Just place her phone on table.
yeah, but I think she panicked as well.
Yeah.
It says all you have to do is tap on the join audio icon at the bottom left. I did. I got Beena, but I can see that she didn't. So I don't know what she thinks she got you. Are you
Yes,
back,
she
Norma?
is. She is here.
Oh, but the audio,
This
I
is
can
what I
see
was
it's not
telling
on.
you. That she
It's not.
is
It's
here.
not enabled. Because when I do when I click on participants, it shows next to the participants, it shows audio icon and the video icon. And right now, your audio icon is there, and the video is got the line through it. It's disenabled. The same with Norma, but Norma doesn't have a audio icon next to her name, which means she hasn't enabled it yet. So, do Norma, tap on the Zoom screen to bring up the controls, and then tap join audio and tap again for the second join via Wi-Fi or cell. I suspect because she was typing that Zoom's not right now.
Okay.
So,
yeah. This is possible. It's a bit tricky with touch phones, of course.
well, I didn't realize she was still on. Actually, I was aware that she's still on, Beena.
There has to be some options for you to ask for audio, so it will give her option, and then
I know,
she'll
Beena.
just
I looked for that. It says in my options next to her name, says chat, ask to start video, pin, name, put in waiting room, remove, report.
oh, no.
No option to ask to start audio. Come on, man. But again, when you get used to this, it becomes really simple. And so they just assume that it is simple once you know. But if you don't know, it's not simple. So I wonder if I make her co-host, if this changes.
Yes, try this.
Didn't change the options.
Can you ask her to put on for a video?
No.
Okay. No, but it's really late for me. I was really hoping that I can say hi to Norma at least. It's getting late, so okay.
daughter was going to come, but I just think that, it's this. The two key things I don't think that she's clicking is how to switch the between the different apps, and the fact that to bring up the controls, she may be looking for the controls and you don't see it. If you don't remember that you got to tap the screen it's not obvious. And also they don't stay for very long. You see, so if you accidentally tap the screen and you see the controls and then they go away again, it's confusing.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a non-obvious thing that you have to remember. And this is it. To bring up the controls, you have to tap screen, not on the phone screen. Like if you're looking at the Facebook app or Messenger app, you can't bring up the Zoom screen on the screen. See, so it only works once Zoom is on top. But I don't think that this is something that Norma has clicked on yet. So once it's obvious, it's very obvious. But if it's not obvious, it's very confusing.
Okay, I'm going to type a message here because.
Oh, good. Yeah, I really wish there was a way that that I could have this where they come on automatically with the sound. Yeah, but you see, it's the way the sound is set up. And Zoom is pretty good with its sound. It does hold the sound pretty well, even in poor circumstances. So. But I'm going to go and look on the website, different controls, different settings, more in depth, more detailed,
yes.
and see there if there's not a setting. I'm pretty sure this, but I'll look again. Okay.
I really wish she could at least read.
Yeah. Well, she'll have to click on chat. She's not seeing Zoom right now. I don't think she realizes that she's.
But at least I'm just leaving a message.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and if you can just forward it to her because it's signed, of course, and then she cannot.
Wow, she's also tired. I think she needs to go sleep.
But okay, message to her. My side.
I can copy and paste it into
Please do
Messenger. Is
that
that what
because
you mean?
I really want to say hi.
Okay.
So at least next time when she will.
I don't see the message.
On Zoom chat.
Is it in Messenger? Is it in Messenger or on Zoom? Oh, I don't see it. Let me try again.
Huh?
Chat. Why am I not seeing this now? Ah, come on. Oh, there it is. But wow, that was weird. I had to, I have to do the pop-out thing. They're making it difficult now.
She's off now, so I hope she's gone to bed.
Oh, okay.
All right. Very good. All right. Most exciting, Beena. Most exciting. All our stuff most exciting. Yes. Yeah. So I better kick normal off, I think.
Okay.
Well, it'll go off when I end the
Okay.
video. So I have to end the video soon. So yeah, I'll have to stop the recordings and have that upload. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I'm glad I'm feeling while you were eating, I napped. I must have napped for, I don't know, 5 seconds maybe. But it
Oh, this
refreshed
is
me. I
good.
was struggling a bit earlier.
Oh, this is cool.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Good. Good. You need to go sleep early. I think 1 o'clock is the target, not
Yeah,
2
but it is
o'clock.
already
Yeah.
past.
I
Yes.
know.
I really was
That-
keen to watch some movie, but okay, I'm not getting time.
Hunt for Red October and Sleuth.
Yeah.
I'll keep trying.
Okay, I'm going to watch Doctor Hunt for Red October.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Watch some silly.
Do you like Sean Connery, by the way? I mean, to me, Sean Connery is like a very sophisticated.
Oh,
If you
yes.
take
Oh yeah.
House and Jordan and put them together and make them better.
Oh, make them better. Okay. Okay, I got your sprinkling.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Especially in this movie.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand your string towards them.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe you put a bit of my accent into Sean Connery, then you get me. Then also his Scottish accent, but for a lot of people, they don't hear the difference. So yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
Okay.
in there a
I'm
little
going
bit.
to Red October, Hunt for Red October, and you are
Yeah.
going to watch a silly movie with me.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And we are not going to spoil that movie. Okay.
All right. I gotta keep quiet. In other words,
You're not going to.
positive comments.
No, I'm not asking you anything. Always positive. I know that, but it is going to spoil the movie. No.
Well, no, but I mean that will add to your enjoyment
No,
of
I
it.
know that. Nope. Nope.
No, I can't
No,
even do
you-
that. Oh, that's gonna be very.
You're just going to laugh at
Okay.
me, and that's
All
it.
right.
Okay,
All
and
right.
smile. That's it.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a challenge. I'm looking forward
Yes.
to it. I'm looking forward to it, Beena. I'm looking
Then
forward
we
to
will
it. Very
decide
cool.
we can watch some other movies together or not. Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. I like this. I like this idea. All right. You gotta go sleep,
Okay.
Beena. You gotta
Okay,
go
sir.
sleep.
Bye for
Yeah,
now.
yeah. So sleep and dream impeccably.
Oh yes, bring again. Really yes.
Yes. The only way it
Yes.
can be. That's very interesting. I do. I want to look at my to see how impeccability factors into it. Very interesting thoughts.
Yes.
Okay. Very cool.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we are moving, going through a paradigm shift. It was all about appropriateness, and now, at least for me, okay, I must say about myself, I'm moving towards impeccability now.
Yes. Yes. Paradigm shift. All right. So we'll observe it in our dreams, Beena. Yes.
Yes, please do. Yes.
Very cool. Very
Okay.
very
Bye for now.
very- I shall celebrate with some pizza.
Celebrate to some.
I say I'm going to celebrate with some
Ah.
pizza.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, yeah. I know the reading that says
Yes.
I will. Yeah, with pizza. Yeah, there we go.
Mm. Okay, and pizza without pepperoni. Yes.
I do have that same little pizza with pepperoni. It's actually nicer than the plain one, but I bought different boxes, so try. So I'm trying the plain ones. But in this case, I actually prefer it with the
Good.
pepperoni, which is rather
Good.
interesting. Yeah. It's a bit bland. Yeah. So
Enjoy.
but I put fresh tomato on, which is always a good topping.
Oh God, you remind me of cream and tomatoes. Tomorrow I have bread.
Oh,
I have breadsticks, so I'm going to eat breadsticks and cream and tomatoes.
yeah. Is it me or did this weekend go very quickly, Beena?
Yes, this time I also feel
Yeah,
that.
it's like I sort of was like I didn't have a weekend. I feel a bit
Yes,
cheated.
I also feel that this time.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you. We'll see you when we see you.
Yes.
So,
Okay, sir. Okay.
all right. Sleep impeccably and dream impeccably, Beena.
Yes.
Good night. Good night. So brilliant. So brilliant. And